Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. The sun was just starting to slide down behind the trees when I pulled into the gas station. One of those old, half-forgotten places off Route 19, with cracked pavement, a flickering sign that barely lit the overhang, and a store that looked like it hadn't changed since the late 80s. The kind of place that sells cold sandwiches wrapped in cellophane and coffee that tastes like it's been burned into the pot. I wasn't in a rush, just needed to top off the tank and grab something to keep me awake for the last leg of the drive. It was quiet, no other cars at the pumps, no music playing over the speakers, just the click of the pump handle and the low hum of bugs coming to life in the dusk. I was halfway through fueling when I saw her. She came around from the side of the building, slow and hesitant. A teenage girl, maybe 16, maybe a little younger. She looked wrong, not injured, not messy, just off. Her clothes were clean, but her hair was damp like she'd just washed it in a sink. Her arms were crossed tight over her stomach like she was trying to hold something in. She didn't look at me at first, just stood a few feet away, shoes half off her heels, toes pointed slightly inward like she was unsure she was even supposed to be here. Then she looked up. Her eyes were too wide, unblinking, like she hadn't slept in days. I didn't say anything, just paused with one hand still on the pump, waiting. She stepped closer, barely a whisper of sound from her feet on the concrete. Her voice, when it came, was too low for anyone else to hear. "Can you give me a ride?" It came out shaky, almost too soft to understand. She looked over her shoulder quickly, then leaned in slightly. "Please, don't tell them." My first instinct was confusion. Them. I opened my mouth to ask what she meant. Then the door to the gas station swung open. Two men stepped out, matching uniforms, dark blue with badges over the chest, private security maybe, or some kind of station-branded rent-a-cop setup. I don't know. They looked official enough at a glance, but their shirts were too clean, and their boots didn't have a speck of dust on them. The girl straightened immediately, took a step back, eyes down. She didn't run, didn't protest, just turned and walked slowly, calmly, back toward the store. The taller man gave a little wave, smile wide but empty, the kind you give a stranger you're trying to reassure. The other one nodded once, eyes skimming over me and landing on the pump. Then the girl. Then me again. I gave a nod back, reflex. They followed her inside without a word. I finished fueling and stood there for a long moment with my hand still on the pump, even after the nozzle clicked. It was probably nothing, some misunderstanding, a runaway with a guilty conscience, a kid trying to scare someone for fun. But I didn't believe that. Something in the way she moved, the way she folded into herself when they walked out, that kind of fear doesn't come from nowhere. Inside the store, the lights were too bright, cold humming fluorescents buzzing overhead. The girl was nowhere to be seen. One of the men stood behind the counter now, fiddling with something below the register. The other leaned casually against a rack of chips. I grabbed a bottle of water and a pack of gum without really thinking about it, and when I walked up to pay, the man behind the counter smiled. Said something about the heat. His badge said, Hollis. The other guy was Ray. I nodded, said something generic about long drives, and tapped my card. The machine was slow. I glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl. There was a back hallway behind the drink coolers, with a restroom sign above it. The door was closed. Ray followed my gaze. Bathroom's out of order, he said. I nodded again. Hollis handed me my receipt and wished me a good night. I walked back to my car with that crawling sensation in my shoulders, the kind you get when you realize you're being watched just a little too closely, but can't prove it. Once I was back on the road, the silence felt heavier, like it had settled into the car with me. I drove for another hour before pulling off at a motel. I couldn't shake the feeling, even after a shower, even after flipping through late-night channels just to fill the room with sound. I remembered I had the dash cam running. I almost didn't check it, felt pointless. But curiosity is a strange thing. It nudges you, even when you're sure nothing new will come of it. I loaded the footage on my laptop and scrubbed through. There she was, walking up slowly, clothes clinging slightly to her frame like they hadn't dried all the way. I turned up the volume. "Can you give me a ride?" A little louder than I remembered, her voice shook at the edges. "Please, don't tell them." Then the part I hadn't heard. As she stepped back and the men came into frame, she said it fast, barely audible over the hum of the pump and the wind in the mic. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." Then nothing, just her turning and walking away, just their smiles. I played it again, and again, and again. Each time her voice sounded a little clearer, not in volume, just in conviction. "Not really cops. Don't believe them." She said it with the kind of certainty people don't fake. I sat there for a long time, laptop open, room silent except for the buzz of the fridge. It didn't feel like a prank. Didn't feel like a kid acting out. It felt like something else. Something I'd stumbled into by accident halfway through a road trip, and I wasn't sure if I was meant to leave it behind. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. I didn't sleep much, maybe a few hours, restless and shallow, waking at every noise in the motel hallway. I'd hear footsteps or a door shutting somewhere, and half expect to look up and see one of those men from the gas station standing outside my window. It was stupid, irrational, but I couldn't shake it. I got back in the car around 8, drove for an hour with the radio off. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a white SUV a few cars back, keeping pace with me. Probably nothing. 100 people drive white SUVs, but I kept checking. At a rest stop just past the county line, I pulled into a corner spot and watched traffic come and go. It was quiet, mostly truckers and older couples. I parked, leaned back in the seat, and went through the dashcam footage again. The same moment played back, over and over her voice, soft and urgent, asking for help, saying those men weren't really who they claimed to be, saying not to believe them. I listened carefully, trying to pick apart every word, every sound in the background. I slowed it down, adjusted the levels. Nothing else jumped out. Just her words and the mechanical whir of the pump behind us. But something about the way she said it, the quick glance over her shoulder, the way she dropped her voice just before they appeared, it felt practiced. Not rehearsed, but like she'd done it before. Tried it before. Maybe with someone else. That idea stuck with me. Because if she'd asked before and she was still there, then it meant no one had helped. Or worse, someone had tried, and that's why she was still there. I opened my laptop and pulled up a search engine, typing in the name of the gas station printed on the receipt from the night before. Hollow Pines Fuel Go, just outside a place called Baxter. Nothing unusual on the first page. Address, phone number, one blurry street view photo from 5 years ago. A couple of reviews, mostly bad coffee complaints and price gripes. One mentioned weird hours. Another said the bathrooms were always locked. I searched the name of the town. Baxter, Georgia. Population under 2,000. A handful of local businesses. No official website. No local newspaper. It was the kind of place that sits just off the edge of a real map, technically there, but only barely. I dug a little deeper, searched for missing persons near the area. A few names came up, scattered over the last 10 years. One stood out, a girl named Mallory Denton, reported missing 4 years ago, 16 years old at the time. Last seen outside a small gas station off Route 19. There was a photo. I stared at it longer than I meant to. It wasn't conclusive, most grainy school photos aren't, but the eyes caught me. Same wide, haunted look. Same dark hair pulled back too tight. I couldn't be sure, but I couldn't ignore it either. A bad idea started forming in my head, the kind that scratches at the inside of your skull until you either do something about it or go a little crazy trying not to. I needed to go back. Not to confront anyone, not yet, just to see, to confirm something for myself. I told myself I'd only drive by. Just pass through, no stopping. A loop around the station, a glance at the door, and I'd be gone. Back on the road, back to real life. It was early afternoon when I got close. The road dipped and curved through a dense patch of trees, then opened up suddenly. There it was, the same crooked sign, the same sun-faded banner advertising a soda deal that had probably expired 2 years ago. One car at the pump this time, a blue pickup, old and rusted. No sign of the men, no sign of the girl. I drove past slowly, pretending to check directions on my phone. My eyes scanned the lot. The front door of the store was closed. One of the windows had a handwritten sign taped to it. Restroom out of order. I kept going. A half-mile down, I turned off onto a side road that curved behind the woods, pulled off into the gravel shoulder and sat there for a while. I wasn't sure what I was doing, trying to reason with myself, trying to build a case for why this wasn't my problem. She didn't even ask again, I thought. She walked away. She followed them. She chose to go back inside. But I didn't believe that. No one asks for help like that unless they've tried everything else. I waited another 30 minutes, then turned back, drove around the opposite side of the block and parked where I could see the rear of the station through a break in the trees. It was almost silent out here, the occasional drone of insects, distant traffic, a dog barking far off, no movement around the store, no rear entrance. Just a loading door that looked sealed shut with rust. I started the car again, rolled back toward the main road, and passed by once more. This time, I noticed something in the window. A board with paper slips pinned to it. Flyers, maybe ads, maybe something else. I couldn't be sure, but one of them looked like a missing poster. I slowed, just for a second, just enough to glance. The image was too small to make out from the road. But the paper looked aged, not new. Not something a place like this would normally bother keeping up. I didn't stop. I kept driving. An hour later, I checked the footage again. Played the girl's voice in my head until I could hear it without the audio. They're not really cops. Don't believe them. I tried to tell myself I'd done enough, that I'd looked, that I'd confirmed it was strange, yes, but not illegal, not something I could act on without more than a whisper and a bad feeling. But it didn't stick, because I knew I was already in it now, just by hearing her, just by not turning away. I got back to the gas station the next morning a little after 9. The place looked the same as always, same tired sign, same peeling paint, same flicker in the open light above the door. There was a different car at the pump this time, but otherwise, it could have been any morning in the past 20 years. I didn't go inside right away. I sat in the car and watched. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels intentional, like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I saw movement in the back window of the store, a quick shape. It could have been anyone. Hollis, Ray, the girl. I got out and walked to the side of the building, acting like I was just stretching my legs. There was a narrow alley between the store and the neighboring lot. I followed it. Trash bins lined one side, stacked pallets on the other, a back door locked and a small barred window too high to see through. A soft noise caught my attention, metal scraping lightly against metal. I paused, held my breath, nothing else. Just the hum of the ice machine around the corner and the slow creak of a plastic sign in the wind. I knocked once on the back door, not loud, just enough. Nothing. No footsteps, no reaction. Back in the car, I told myself this was a waste of time, that I had no plan, no reason to be here, but I couldn't drive away, not yet. So I waited. At 10:30, Hollis came out to sweep the front walkway. He didn't notice me until I stepped out of the car. "Back again," he said without much enthusiasm. I gave a half smile. Still on the road. He leaned on the broom. "You get lost or something?" "Just thinking about that girl." He didn't answer right away, just looked at me for a long second before saying, You're not the first person she's talked to. Others stopped to help. Some tried. Most just drove off. She's got this way of pulling people in. Makes you think something's wrong. Isn't there? Hollis shrugged. Depends who you ask. She's still around? Not right now. Her uncle picked her up. She told me you weren't real cops. That made him laugh again. Same tight, dismissive bark as before. She doesn't know what she's saying. What about Ray? He work here today. Day off. I let the silence stretch between us. His hand tightened on the broom handle just a little. She say anything else to you? He asked. I shook my head. Not really. Best to let it go, he said. She likes attention, that's all. I nodded like I understood. Then I bought a soda I didn't want, used the receipt to prove I'd been there, and left. Out on the road again, I checked the rear view more than usual. No white SUV, no blue pickup. But the feeling was still there, like I wasn't alone. Like something had been set in motion, and even though I couldn't see it, it was starting to catch up. I went back to the library. The same woman was behind the desk, wearing the same sweater and the same reading glasses. She looked up with a smile that faltered when she saw me. You're back, she said, not quite a question. I have a few more things I'm hoping to check. She led me back to the archive room again without asking for details. This time, I searched everything I could on Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Not much came up. A few mentions in the local business section. One article about a failed permit inspection from years ago. Another about a robbery, but it was brief and vague, no suspects named. Then I searched Ray and Hollis. I didn't know their last names, but I tried every combination I could think of Hollis security, Ray Baxter, Hollow Pines uniform staff. Still nothing. I tried Mallory Denton again, but there were no updates. No new sightings, no additional photos. Just that one grainy image and the same dry sentence. Last seen outside Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Back at the front desk, I asked the librarian if she knew the Denton family. Her mouth tightened. They moved a few years ago. Do you know where? No, sorry, but her voice didn't sound sorry. Did she go to school here? She nodded. Baxter High, quiet girl, smart. Was it a big deal when she went missing? She glanced toward the back room, as if to make sure no one else was listening. It was at first, but around here, things fade fast. People move on. Just like that? Her eyes softened. There are some things folks don't want to talk about. That night, I checked into a different motel, farther from town. I pulled the car around back, parked under a burned-out light, and backed up the dashcam files to my laptop. Then I did something I hadn't planned on. I emailed the audio clip the part where Mallory speaks to a contact I hadn't spoken to in years, a friend from college who worked freelance cybersecurity now. She owed me a favor. I just wrote, "Need help identifying voices in this audio, especially the girl. Not urgent, but soon." I didn't tell her what it was or where it came from. Didn't say I'd heard the girl speak myself. Didn't say I thought she might still be alive. The next morning, I woke up to her reply. All it said was, "This is recent, because if so, you might be right." And below that, a name. Mallory Denton, Baxter, GA, still listed as missing, still flagged active. That voice is a match. The message stayed on my screen for a long time before I could bring myself to read it again. I don't know what I expected her to say, maybe something vague, inconclusive, but not confirmation, not that. Not someone else verifying the voice, confirming what I already knew deep down. The girl was Mallory Denton, still missing, still listed as active. And I'd seen her, heard her, less than 48 hours ago. I stared at the blinking cursor beneath her email. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but I didn't know what to write back. What was I supposed to say? That I'd found her but done nothing. That I was sitting in a cheap motel with a growing stack of unease and no plan. Instead of replying, I closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling for a while. I was in it now, whether I wanted to be or not. That afternoon, I drove back toward Baxter, but I didn't go to the gas station. I parked near the diner a few blocks away. It looked abandoned from the outside, but a neon open sign buzzed faintly in the window. Inside, 2 people sat in a booth drinking coffee. One older man, one woman with a tired ponytail, and an even more tired smile. They both looked up when I walked in. The place smelled like burnt toast and old grease. I ordered a cup of coffee and sat at the counter, keeping my back to the door. The waitress came over. Her name tag said Cheryl. "You're not from around here," she said. I gave a half shrug. "Just passing through." "You've passed through a couple times now." I didn't reply right away. After a moment I asked, "That girl on the flyer at the gas station, Mallory, you know anything about her?" Cheryl went still, just slightly. Her hand hovered over the sugar jar. "Why are you asking?" "She talked to me a couple nights ago." That got the attention of the guy in the booth. He didn't turn around, but I saw his posture shift. "She asked for help," I said. Said not to believe the guys at the station. Cheryl glanced toward the window. "You should be careful what you repeat around here." "I'm not looking for trouble." "Trouble doesn't care what you're looking for." I sipped the coffee. It tasted like burnt paper. "She alive?" I asked. Cheryl didn't answer for a long time. Finally, she said, "She used to come in here, long time ago. Quiet girl, didn't talk much, but she always left a tip. One day she stopped showing up, then the flyers went up." "You believe she's still around?" "I believe there are things people don't like talking about. People like Hollis and Ray." She flinched a little at the names. "I don't know what goes on over there," she said. "I don't want to know." The man in the booth stood up then, dropped a couple of bills on the table, and walked out without saying a word. I left a tip for the coffee and followed soon after. In the parking lot, I checked around the corner before heading back to my car. Nothing, no movement, just a crow on a telephone wire watching like it knew more than I did. That evening, I parked farther from town, just off an old dirt road. I sat in the car for an hour, windows cracked, engine off. I kept thinking about the girl's voice. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." That line looped in my head over and over like a stuck record. And then I did something I didn't plan. I pulled out my laptop and made a copy of the dashcam footage onto a fresh USB stick. Then I made 2 more. One went into the glove box, one into my coat pocket. The third I tucked into the motel Bible in the nightstand drawer. Insurance. Just in case. The next morning, I parked behind the hardware store next to the gas station. There was a narrow alley that ran between the buildings. I waited until a delivery truck pulled in and blocked the view from the street, then walked toward the back door of the station. Same locked door, same stacked pallets. But this time, I noticed something I hadn't before. Scratches on the wall, faint, like someone had run their nails down it in frustration or fear. I knocked once. Nothing. I tried again, harder. Still nothing. Then a voice soft, right behind the door. "Who is it?" It was her, Mallory. I kept my voice low. "I saw you 2 nights ago. You asked me for help." Silence. "I believe you," I said. "I don't know what's going on, but I want to help." Another long pause. "They don't let me leave," she said. "Not really. They say I can, but I know they're lying." "Who are they?" "They're not cops. They wear the uniforms, but they're not real. I don't know who they are. I think they used to work here, but now it's different." I glanced toward the alley entrance. Still clear. "Why are you here? Why stay?" "They watch everything. If I run, they say they'll tell people I made it up, that I'm just a runaway, that I stole from them. I don't even know if they can be caught." "I have proof," I told her. "Footage, audio. I can give it to someone." Another pause, then quieter. "I've tried that before." "You're not alone anymore." Footsteps, fast, from inside. "Go," she whispered. "They're coming." I turned and slipped back around the building, heart hammering. Back in the car, I drove without thinking, zigzagging through side streets until I was back near the motel. I didn't go in, just sat in the lot and let the weight of what just happened sink in. Mallory was still there, still trapped, still scared. And I was the first person who had proof she ever reached out. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face behind that door. Mallory. Her voice was still in my ears, soft but scared. She was real. She was there. And I knew, with a kind of cold certainty, that if I didn't do something soon, she wouldn't be for much longer. I stared at the ceiling until the light outside turned from orange to blue. Then I made coffee in the motel room, the kind that comes in a pouch and tastes like burnt plastic, and sat with my laptop open in front of me. I played the dashcam clip again, watched the moment where she stepped into frame, leaned toward the car, and whispered what I now knew was more than just fear, it was truth. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." I tried to think logically. Mallory was missing. still officially flagged as such. The men at the station were posing as law enforcement, maybe ex-security. There was video, there was audio. I had her voice, and now I had a second encounter recorded, my conversation with her through the door, captured with a discreet voice memo app running in my pocket. I had proof. What I didn't have was trust in the system that should be handling this. If I went to the local sheriff's office, who would they believe? A stranger with shaky recordings and a gut feeling? Or the two locals who'd been running that station for who knows how long, men with matching uniforms and blank smiles? I pulled out my phone and stared at the contact list. There was one name I hadn't thought about in years, a guy I used to know from college, Chris Summers. He'd done a short stint in private investigations before moving into journalism. We weren't close anymore, but I remembered enough to know he didn't like letting things go when they smelled wrong. I hit call. It rang longer than it should have. Just when I thought it would go to voicemail, he picked up. "Yeah?" "It's me," I said. "Listen, I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" "The kind where someone might be pretending to be dead, or disappeared, or both, and there's a gas station involved." He didn't answer for a second. "Where are you?" "Georgia, near a place called Baxter." He sighed. "Of course you are. All right, start from the top." I gave him the summary: Mallory, the audio, the uniforms, the locked door. I tried to keep it short, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Chris didn't interrupt. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. "That's a lot," he said. "I know. You still have the footage?" "I've got multiple copies." "Good. Don't trust the cloud. Don't trust email. Print it if you can. Thumb drives. Mail one to yourself." I already did. Another pause. "I'll be there in 12 hours. "You're coming here?" "Hell yes, I'm coming there. If this is real, it's big. But you can't do anything until I get there. Don't confront them. Don't go back to the station. Don't try to talk to the girl again. I don't think she can wait much longer." "And I get that," he said, voice tight. "But if you disappear next, then no one can help her. Don't be a hero. Be a witness." I hung up and sat there for a while, feeling like the ground had started to shift under me. I spent the next hour driving back roads, just to see if anyone was following me. I didn't see any signs, but that didn't settle me. It just made the silence heavier. Around noon, I parked across from the station again. This time I stayed in the car, watching from a distance. Hollis was outside, pretending to wipe the pumps down with a rag that was already dirty. Ray came out a few minutes later, carrying a box of snacks from the back. No sign of Mallory. No sign of anything out of place, at least. Not if you didn't know where to look. They talked like everything was normal, smiled at customers, sold coffee and gum. On the surface, it was just another roadside pit stop. But I saw the way they kept glancing toward the back of the building. At one point, a delivery driver pulled in. They met him outside. No one else went in or out during the drop. When the driver left, they locked the store door behind him, just for a moment. I watched Ray slip a key back into his pocket as they reopened. Control. They had complete control. That night, I printed copies of the missing flyer with Mallory's face and the date she was last seen. I pinned one to the bulletin board at the diner, the library, and on the inside of the motel lobby door. It was probably stupid, but I wanted her to see it, to know someone still cared. I didn't sleep that night either. At 2 a.m., I heard a car slow down outside my room. I didn't move. Lights passed across the ceiling, then silence. The car drove on. But the chill in the air didn't leave. Around 5, I packed everything I had into one small duffel and checked out of the motel. I drove to a different one, a few towns over, and waited in the lobby until I could check in. Used a different card this time, different name, just in case. Chris arrived just after lunch. He looked older than I remembered, hair a little thinner, shoulders a little heavier, but the moment he saw me, he was locked in. "You weren't kidding," he said. "I never do." We spent the next 3 hours going through everything: footage, audio, the photos I'd taken of the station, the notes I'd written after each visit, the flyers. Chris took it all in. At one point, he leaned back in his chair and muttered, "This is organized." "You think it's just them?" "No," he said. "I think it starts with them. But if this girl's been missing for years and no one's come looking, that means someone higher up is keeping it that way. So what do we do?" He looked me in the eye. "We hit it. One shot. We go back. We get her. And we bring it straight to someone who can't ignore it." "You mean the cops?" "I mean the press." We went back the next day just after 3 in the afternoon. Chris wanted daylight, said it was better for optics if we ended up needing to talk to someone official. Cameras don't lie, but people do, and people always feel bolder when it's dark. Daylight made it harder to pretend nothing was happening. He had gear better than mine, 2 body cams, small enough to clip behind a shirt button, 1 backup recorder on his belt, a second phone running a live feed to a locked folder. He worked methodically, like he'd done this before. He probably had. We didn't say much on the drive over, just ran over the plan again. I'd go around the back like before, knock once. Chris would hang back, watch from the lot, and follow if anything changed. It was hot again, sun beating down on the metal roof of the car, making everything feel slower, heavier. Hollis was behind the counter when we walked in. He looked up, and his smile didn't even flicker. "You boys need something?" Chris was already recording. I picked up a soda from the fridge, just like last time. "We're looking for someone," I said. "Mallory Denton." The smile dropped. "Don't know her." "She was here. We both saw her. She asked for help." "You've got the wrong place." Chris stepped forward. "You know she's listed as missing, right? Active case. You've got her flyer pinned up by the door." "That's old," Hollis said. "No one took it down." "Convenient." Hollis stepped around the counter slowly. "You want to leave now?" Chris didn't move. "No." That's when the back door opened. Ray stepped in, still wearing the same dark blue shirt, but now his sleeves were rolled up. He looked tired, or maybe just annoyed. "I'd go," he said. "We want to talk to the girl," I said. "There's no girl here." Chris reached into his pocket and pulled out the USB. "This has your faces, her voice, you telling people not to worry. You've been holding her here." Ray shook his head slowly. "You don't know what you're doing." "Maybe not," Chris said, "but someone will." They both looked at each other, just a flicker of communication, a second of decision-making. And then something changed. Ray stepped aside. "She's out back," he said. "Go get her." I didn't wait. I pushed past him and through the door into the back hallway. It was narrow and dim, just a cracked floor and a faint smell of mildew. Mallory was there, sitting on a bench by the storage room. She looked up when I came in. Her eyes were the same wide, cautious, but something had shifted. She didn't look afraid. She looked ready. "They said you came back," she said. I nodded. "We're getting you out of here." Chris came in behind me. He didn't say anything, just handed her a hoodie and a pair of sunglasses from his bag. She put them on without question. Out front, Hollis didn't stop us. Neither did Ray. We walked out the door like we were picking someone up from a shift. Once we were in the car and halfway down the road, Mallory finally spoke again. "They didn't hurt me," she said. "But they didn't let me go either. Not really." "You don't have to explain," I said. "I stayed because they told me no one was looking, that I was better off just staying quiet." Chris glanced back at her. "You're not invisible, not anymore." She didn't cry. She didn't thank us. She just looked out the window and didn't speak for the next hour. Chris made some calls. Not the police. Not yet. He had a contact at a national outlet, someone who specialized in missing persons, especially ones with holes in the official story. By the time we reached the next town, the audio files, dashcam footage, and body cam video were already backed up in 3 places and sitting in the inbox of someone who had the power to put it all in front of the right eyes. We booked 2 rooms, one for Chris and me, one for Mallory. She kept the door cracked between them and left the TV on all night. Not for noise, just the light. The next morning, Chris's contact called, said they were putting a story together, wanted to talk to Mallory. He told them not yet, that she needed space. We spent 2 days in that motel, ate takeout, watched bad cable, sat in silence a lot. She told us pieces, slowly. She'd run away once, years ago, after a fight at home. Ended up at the gas station by chance. Ray was working there then. Said he knew someone who could help. Took her in, said he'd drive her to a shelter. Instead, he kept her in the back room for a night, then another. Said it was safer that way. Said he was protecting her. Said if she left, the cops would think she was a thief. It never got violent. That's what she repeated, like she wanted it to matter. But it was still a cage, just without bars. After a while, she stopped asking. A few people saw her over the years, she said. Truckers, travelers, a couple who passed through. She asked for help, but each time they'd smile and step in before she could say too much. Say she was confused, say she was their niece, their worker, their problem. She started to believe it, until I stopped and listened. 3 days later, we drove her to a safe house Chris knew. Somewhere out of state, somewhere quiet. We didn't ask for details, didn't press. Before we dropped her off, she turned to me and said, "I didn't think anyone would come back." "I didn't think I would either," I said. She nodded, got out, walked up the front steps without looking back. Chris and I drove home in silence. The story ran the following week. Mallory's photo was everywhere. The audio, the footage, the flyer, everything. A public record, finally. The gas station shut down. Hollis and Ray disappeared before anyone could serve them. An investigation opened, but I don't know how far it went. Some things slipped through the cracks, but her name won't anymore. Every now and then, I check the online updates. Mallory hasn't resurfaced. She has a new name now, I think. A new life. The footage still lives on my laptop. I don't watch it anymore. Not because I'm trying to forget. Because I don't need to. It happened. She asked for help. And someone listened. This time, that was enough. We weren't hardcore campers or anything. We'd gone maybe 3 times total, me, Claire, a beat-up tent we borrowed from her brother, and a little propane stove that always smelled slightly like melted plastic. It was mostly about unplugging for the weekend. No service, no emails, no deadlines breathing down our necks. Just trees, firewood, canned chili, and the occasional raccoon bold enough to stare you down for a granola bar. That's what we were expecting when we drove out to Pinebrook State Forest that Friday. We picked the site ahead of time. Lot 23, close enough to the trailheads but far enough from the ranger station that it felt like actual wilderness. There were only 2 other vehicles in the entire loop when we pulled in a rust-colored Subaru with bike racks and this old white van. I remember noticing it right away, mostly because it didn't match the vibe. No campground sticker, no windows except the windshield, just these gray curtains pulled tight behind the glass. Not even a single dent or decal to tell you anything about the driver. Claire made a face when we passed it. "Creeper van," she muttered. "Maybe it's just a solo hiker," I said, "or someone doing the off-grid thing." "Without registering?" she asked. I didn't have an answer for that. We didn't dwell on it, though, not right away. We set up camp, got the fire going, cracked a couple beers, and made a sad attempt at toasting hot dogs over 2 small flames. Typical first night stuff. When the sun went down, the forest went quiet in that way you forget it can. No sirens, no cars, just the occasional crack of a branch and the distant call of an owl. The van was still sitting there, 2 sites over, but we didn't hear a door open, didn't see a flashlight flicker, nothing, like it was just a prop someone left behind. By the time we crawled into the tent, I'd stopped thinking about it. Claire hadn't. "I swear it hasn't moved since we got here," she whispered, pulling the sleeping bag up to her chin. "Maybe they're just a heavy sleeper," I said. Half asleep already." She didn't laugh. "Do you think we should have told the ranger?" "What would we say? There's a weird van at a campsite?" "Yeah, pretty much." I shifted onto my side and pulled her in closer. "If it's still there tomorrow, we'll check with them, okay?" She nodded against my chest. Neither of us brought it up the next morning. The van was still there, parked at an angle like it had just coasted into the lot and died. No footprints in the dirt around it, no smoke from a fire. It looked exactly the same, silent, shut. We went for a hike that day, nothing crazy, just a 4-mile loop through a mossy ridge trail that smelled like wet pine needles and took us past some gorgeous overlooks. The kind of walk that usually wrings out your anxiety. But every time I stopped to catch my breath, I caught Claire looking behind us. Not ahead. Behind. That night we ate by lantern light. The fire didn't catch like it had the first night, too damp, too rushed. Neither of us really tried. There was a tension sitting between us that we hadn't spoken out loud yet, but it filled the air like smoke anyway. Around 11, we zipped up the tent and settled in. It was colder that night. The wind came in off the ridge, brushing against the tent walls with soft, shivery pressure. I woke up to the sound of something stepping on dry branches. Not a deer. I know what deer sound like. They're skittish, light on their feet. Whatever this was had weight. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise, and pressed my hand to Claire's arm. She was already awake, staring at the nylon above us like she could see through it. "Did you hear it?" she whispered. "Yeah." It came again. 2 steps, then silence. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stuck my head out. Nothing. Just the fire pit, now dark, our cooler, the outline of our car. The van was gone. I blinked and leaned further out. Its sight was empty. No tire tracks, no light, no shape. Just the damp gravel lot, hollow and quiet. "Where the hell did it go?" Claire asked, crawling out behind me. "I don't know." We stood there in our socks, breath visible in the cold, both of us turning in slow circles like we were afraid to look in any one direction too long. I felt completely exposed. No locks, no doors. Just canvas and mesh, and the hope that whoever had been nearby wasn't still watching. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Claire sat cross-legged in the tent, holding the flashlight, while I stayed zipped into my sleeping bag with my pocket knife gripped in one hand like I'd be able to do anything with it. When dawn broke, we didn't even talk about packing. It just happened. We took down the tent in record time, tossed everything into the car, and peeled out of the campsite like something was going to chase us if we stayed 1 second longer. The ranger station was a small log cabin near the park entrance. We pulled in, both of us looking half feral after a night of no sleep and adrenaline. The ranger on duty was maybe in his mid-50s, baseball cap, radio clipped to his vest, seemed surprised to see us. "You two heading out early?" he asked. "There was a white van parked near our site," I said, skipping the small talk. "No plates, curtains in the window. It was there when we got in Friday. It was gone when we checked last night." His face shifted slightly, not surprise, more like caution. "Which site?" 21, I said. "We were at 23. He checked his clipboard. No one registered for that lot all weekend. I looked at Claire. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest. "I thought you needed a pass," she said. "You do," he replied, slow and deliberate, "and if it wasn't marked on here, they weren't supposed to be out there." We waited for him to say more, call someone, take a note. But he didn't. Later that afternoon, just before we left the park boundaries, Claire asked to walk back to the site. I didn't want to, but I didn't argue. Maybe we both needed closure. The van was still gone. The site looked undisturbed. No trash, no firewood, nothing. But just behind the tree line, half buried under pine needles and blackened dirt, we found the fire pit. Still warm. Inside, a few scorched zippers, part of a canvas strap, and what looked like the melted back panel of a plastic backpack. It was small, too small for an adult. And next to it, half covered in ash, was the edge of a knife blade. Claire didn't say anything. Neither did I. We just turned around and walked back to the car. And we haven't been camping since. We didn't talk much on the drive home. Not even during the stretch of highway that usually had us playing road trip games, joking about pit stops, or ranking which gas station chains had the best snacks. It was like the weight of that van, that place still sat somewhere in the car with us. And if we said too much, we'd remind it we were there. Claire kept staring out the window with her arms crossed, but I knew she wasn't looking at anything specific, just moving her eyes so her thoughts didn't eat her alive. I was doing the same thing behind the wheel, trying to focus on the lines on the road, the hum of tires, anything that felt predictable. We were an hour out from home when she finally spoke. "That fire pit," she said, still not looking at me. "Did it look fresh to you?" I nodded. Yeah, still warm. Wood hadn't gone out completely. She bit her lip. "So they left after us. Or were still there while we were packing." That silence came back, heavier this time. We didn't fill it. When we got home, we did something we'd never done after a trip. We unpacked everything immediately. Tent, sleeping bags, clothes, all of it came out of the car and into the wash or the storage bins before we even sat down. I think we both wanted to scrub the whole experience off ourselves, like maybe if we cleaned fast enough, we wouldn't have to remember it the next day. It didn't work. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the way the dirt around the fire pit had been disturbed, like someone tried to cover the items in a hurry, or maybe they weren't trying to hide it at all. Maybe it was a message. Claire tried to sleep, but gave up around 2. I heard her walking around the apartment, pausing at each window, checking the door chain even though we'd already locked it. I didn't say anything. I just laid in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the occasional creak of the floorboards. The next morning, she had her laptop open before I even made coffee. She was already on the park's website, trying to figure out if there'd been any recent incidents reported in Pine Brook. I sat beside her and refreshed the local news pages on my phone. It felt dumb at first, like we were playing detective for something that could have just been a creepy coincidence, but it didn't feel dumb for long. Claire found it first. A missing persons flyer buried 3 clicks deep on a Facebook page for Pine Brook's volunteer search and rescue group. 10-year-old girl, missing since June. last seen at a roadside gas station 2 towns over. She'd been with her mother. They were traveling cross-country. Security footage showed the girl going into the bathroom and never coming out. "Is that the same backpack?" Claire asked, her voice quiet. I leaned in. It was hard to tell from the grainy image, but the shape of it, the plastic front with the cartoon character, the same color, it matched what we'd seen in the fire pit. Burned, melted, but unmistakable. We didn't speak for a long time. Around noon, I made the decision. We should call it in. Claire looked at me. To who? The local police, maybe, or the rangers. "And tell them what?" she asked. "That we saw a van? That it vanished? That we found a half-burned kid's backpack in the woods?" "Yes." She didn't answer. But she didn't stop me either. I pulled up the ranger station number and called. The guy who answered didn't sound like the same one from the weekend, but his tone shifted the second I started describing where we'd been. I gave him the site number, told him what we'd seen, the van, the fire pit, the items inside it. There was a long pause after I finished. "You say the van didn't have plates?" he asked. "No front or back. And it was parked at Site 21? "Yeah." Another pause. "We've had a few reports like that," he said, his voice quieter now. "Not always at the same site, but close, same description. Old van, white, no plates, always gone before we get there." I gripped the phone tighter. "And the fire pit?" "We'll send someone out to take a look. If it's on park property, we'll flag it." That was it. No more questions, no urgency. Just vague acknowledgement and a promise to flag it. I thanked him and hung up, staring at the phone screen until it dimmed in my hand. Claire walked over, holding her laptop. "There are 6 posts like the one we found," she said. "Same area, all within the last year. Kids, teens, even a couple adults. No confirmed sightings, no leads." She flipped the screen toward me. "These ones were last seen near the interstate off Route 47. That's where we exited to get into Pine Brook." I scrolled through the images. One girl had braids and a pink jacket. Another boy wore a t-shirt with a baseball team I recognized. All smiling, all looking like they had no idea what was waiting for them just a few miles down the road. "We need to tell someone else," I said. "Who?" she asked again, but softer this time. Not because she didn't believe me, because she did. That's what made it worse. That night, the dreams started. I saw the van again parked, silent, facing the forest. I was standing just outside its back doors. They were open. Inside was black, too dark to see, but I could hear something breathing. Not loud, not angry, just waiting. I woke up sweating, the room too hot even with the fan on. Claire was already awake. "I dreamed I was back at the site," she said, "but it wasn't ours. It was the one with the van. The fire pit was gone, but there was something sticking out of the ground. Just the edge of a blanket." We didn't talk about it the rest of the day. But I kept refreshing the missing persons pages. I don't know what I was looking for, some confirmation, a face that would link it all together, or maybe just proof that we weren't going insane. What we found instead came 2 days later. Not from the park service, not from the police, but from a comment on a thread buried deep in a forum about strange encounters in national parks. It was one line, posted anonymously. "The van doesn't follow you. It waits for you to come back." And suddenly I realized something that hadn't occurred to me until right then. We left the forest. But we never actually left the story. 3 nights passed without sleep that actually meant anything. Claire tried melatonin. I tried whiskey. Neither worked. At best, we drifted into shallow half-dreams. At worst, we stared at the ceiling until sunrise, watching shadows shift across the walls. By Tuesday, I stopped checking the forums. My head was a mess. Too much scrolling, too many stories. Everyone had a theory. A few even sounded like ours, old vehicles showing up where they shouldn't, no license plates, people watching from inside. But none of them ended with any kind of clarity, just more questions. The posts always faded off, or were deleted, or worse, the original poster stopped replying entirely. Claire had a different strategy. She printed everything, notes, maps, screenshots. She had this ugly manila folder she carried around now like it was homework for a class she never signed up for. "This isn't just paranoia," she said Thursday morning, flipping through it. "There's a pattern." "I believe you." She looked up, surprised. "I mean it," I said. "I'm just not sure what believing it even does anymore." We were both quiet for a minute. Then she slid a photo across the table. The same girl from the missing flyer, 10 years old, backpack on. Same one we'd seen charred in the pit. But the photo Claire showed me wasn't from the flyer. It was newer. "I found this on a Reddit post," she said. "Some guy talking about trail cam footage he got last month." "Wait, last month?" "Yeah, from the Ridgepoint entrance, northwest edge of Pinebrook." I looked again. It was grainy, black and white, but her outline was clear. Hair tied back, same shoes. She was walking through the trees. Alone. No timestamp, no context, just the photo. "That can't be real," I said. "She's been missing since June." Claire's voice was flat. "I think that van is taking people who are never meant to be found." We made the mistake of talking about it in front of someone else. Friday night, we were out for drinks with Claire's sister and her fiancé. We were trying to be normal again. Claire was picking at her fries. I was nursing a beer that had gone warm 20 minutes ago. Somehow, the conversation turned to camping. "You guys still going out to the woods every other weekend?" her sister asked, smiling. Claire looked at me, then back at her. "Not lately." "Oh, you gotta come out with us sometime," the fiancé said. "We just found a spot up near Westfield, real quiet. No cell towers, no one for miles." Claire didn't even blink. That's kind of the problem. And before I could steer it somewhere else, she started talking about Pinebrook, the van, the missing kid, everything. Her sister's fiancé chuckled halfway through. Not a mocking laugh, more like polite confusion. "You mean like an urban legend?" Claire stared at him. "We saw the backpack. It was burned. Someone buried it." He tried to recover, raising his hands. "No, I believe you saw something. It's just..." He glanced at me. "Come on. You don't really think someone's driving around national parks stealing people in a creepy van and no one notices? I didn't either, I said quietly, until it happened. The mood tanked after that. We didn't stay much longer. When we got home, Claire didn't even take her shoes off. She went straight to the kitchen and started pulling out boxes, the ones we hadn't touched since we moved in. Old photos, receipts, printouts from earlier research. I followed her in. "What are we doing?" She paused, one hand in the box. "If the cops won't investigate it, we need to," she said. "Claire, we're not detectives. We're barely functioning adults." She pulled something out and held it up. A Pine Brook trail map. Marked in red was our site 23, then 21, where the van had been, and about a half-mile west, a sharp X. "What's that?" She tapped it. "Where I think the van came from. There's no road on the map, but when we were hiking, remember that overgrown path? It looked like tire ruts, just faint." I did remember. She grabbed her phone and pulled up satellite view. There it was, barely visible, but a dirt stretch curling off the main road, vanishing into the tree line. "I think there's something back there," she said. "A shed, a cabin, something they use." I stared at her. "You want to go back?" "Not want," she said, "but yeah." I didn't say anything right away. But I felt it too. That tension that doesn't let go of your spine. The one that says you've seen something you weren't supposed to, and if you walk away now, you'll never know how deep the hole goes. We planned it that night. One day, in and out. No camping, no wandering. Just enough to find out if we were crazy or not. We left Saturday at sunrise. No bags, just flashlights, gloves, and a portable scanner Claire borrowed from a coworker who used it for geocaching. It was supposed to pick up metal or signs of tampering in the ground. We weren't sure it'd help, but it made us feel like we had a purpose. We parked a mile from Pine Brook's main entrance, walked the rest of the way through a back trail. The weather was cold, dry. The kind that made your breath visible and your fingers go numb by the time you'd zipped your coat. When we got to lot 23, everything was as we'd left it. Empty. We didn't stop. We followed the trail for about 10 minutes before Claire spotted the turnoff. The ruts were there. Faint, overgrown with brush and moss, but there. She looked at me, then started walking. We didn't talk much after that. The path curved sharply left, then widened into a shallow clearing. And there it was. A van. Not the van, at least not visibly the same. This one had been there for a while, covered in pine needles and rust, tires deflated, back doors sealed shut with what looked like an old bike chain. Claire walked around it once, slowly. She tapped the scanner near the base of the back doors. It chirped. Then she scanned the ground nearby. Another ping. She dropped to her knees and started brushing away the leaves. And there, buried in a shallow impression in the dirt, was another fire pit, long dead, but inside it half-melted toys, a phone case, what looked like the edge of a shoe. Children's sighs. Claire stood up, hands shaking. "This wasn't just one person," she said. I felt something then, Not fear. Something worse. Like we were too close to something we had no business finding. Like the trees around us were suddenly listening. And maybe, just maybe, the van we saw hadn't ever really left. We didn't speak on the walk back, not at first. Claire had her phone out, snapping photos of the van, the fire pit, even the tire ruts in the dirt. She moved with this steady, determined calm I hadn't seen in her since the day after the original trip. Like the second she knelt down and uncovered that fire pit, something inside her clicked into place. Not fear, not panic, just clarity. Me? I kept looking over my shoulder. There was this feeling I couldn't shake, like we weren't supposed to have found any of it. That we'd wandered somewhere we weren't meant to go, and now the forest had noticed. Not in a supernatural way. Just eyes, people, watching, waiting. We got back to the main trail around noon. Still no signs of rangers, no other hikers, no campers, and no van in Lot 21. Either the spot it had been parked at a week earlier. It was all too quiet. When we reached the car, Claire slid into the passenger seat without saying a word and started uploading the photos to a cloud folder, marking each one by timestamp and GPS data. She'd been using an offline mapping app that logged everything. She was methodical like that. The kind of person who highlighted books and kept receipts. I didn't start the car yet. Instead, I sat there gripping the steering wheel, staring through the windshield at the same trees we'd stared at the first time we pulled in. "We're not done, are we?" I asked. Claire didn't look up, not even close. When we got home, she contacted the families. She didn't tell me right away, just started sending messages through social media, carefully worded and direct. She said if she were them, she'd want to know. That maybe they'd been waiting for someone to say, "Hey, I saw something," even if it didn't change the outcome. I watched from the hallway while she typed. Her shoulders were tense, focused. I knew better than to interrupt. 2 responded that night. One thanked her, said the police had stopped updating them months ago. The other asked for copies of the photos. The third reply came the next day, different tone, nervous, almost like they were afraid to say too much over a direct message. Claire read it out loud. "We saw the same van when our son went missing. No one believed us. It was in the parking lot that day, windows blacked out. My husband tried to take a photo, but the driver sped off. No plates." She paused, then whispered the next part. "They come back." We went to the police. It felt ridiculous, walking into a station with printed screenshots and trail maps. We expected rolled eyes, maybe even a polite "we'll look into it" before getting brushed off. But what we got was worse. The officer at the front desk barely let us finish before holding up his hand. "You're not the first," he said. Claire and I exchanged a look. He leaned forward. "You think this is the first time someone's come in here with stories about that forest? People talk. People come in shaking, pale, saying they saw something. But no one brings proof." Claire slid the stack of photos across the desk. He glanced at them, mouth twitching like he didn't want to admit he was interested. "What do you want us to do with this?" "Investigate," Claire said flatly. "Go to the site, check the van. That pit had children's items in it." He tapped the stack once, then exhaled. "I'll pass it along," he said, "but off the record, this kind of thing doesn't go anywhere, not unless it's happening in someone's backyard or goes viral. And even then, it gets buried fast." Claire's jaw tightened. "Why?" He hesitated, then said something that stuck with me more than anything else. "Because it's cleaner to pretend these people never existed than to admit we lost them." That night, I couldn't sit still. Claire was organizing her files again, posting in online forums under an alias, tagging news outlets, even starting a private thread to compile other stories. Meanwhile, I was pacing. Every time I passed the living room window, I checked the street. Nothing, but I kept checking anyway. Finally, around 2 a.m., I stepped outside. No sounds, no cars, the kind of silence you only hear right before something breaks it. I walked to the curb and stood there, looking up and down the road. And that's when I saw it. Headlights, far end of the block, just sitting there, not moving. I narrowed my eyes. White. I walked back inside without saying anything to Claire. The lights were gone by the time I looked out the window again. The next morning there was an envelope on our doorstep. No name, no return address. Just a single photo inside. It was us. Me and Claire, from behind, in the woods. Taken from a distance, like through brush. I stared at it for a long time before flipping it over. On the back, written in tiny black ink, were the words, "You're looking too hard." Claire stood behind me, reading over my shoulder. She didn't speak, just reached out, took the photo, and placed it inside her folder. Then she locked the deadbolt on the front door and pulled the curtains shut. We stopped going out much after that. Groceries were done late at night, no more hikes, no more back roads. If we didn't have to be somewhere, we weren't. Claire set up a camera at the front door, then the back, then 2 more for the windows. We changed our route to work, changed our phones, changed passwords. But still, once, while taking the trash out, I found a cigarette butt tucked under the edge of our doormat. We don't smoke. Another time, Claire swore someone had gone through her car, nothing missing, just the glove box left open. Whatever this was, whoever they were, they wanted us to know they were close. But they also wanted us to stop. Weeks passed. The police never followed up. None of the forums responded to Claire's thread. One of the families we spoke to deleted their social media altogether. It was like someone had hit a reset button on the whole thing, scrubbing it clean, pretending it never happened. I wanted to stop thinking about it, wanted to pretend we'd just imagined the worst. But late one night, I walked out to the porch and sat in the dark. No phone, no flashlight. Just me and the quiet. And after a few minutes, I realized something that chilled me more than the photo, more than the fire pit, more than the officer's warning. The forest wasn't following us. We were still in it. It was about 3 in the morning when I woke up to the sound of Claire moving around in the kitchen. She wasn't trying to be quiet, but she also wasn't loud. Cabinet doors opened slowly, closed gently. Drawers sliding open in little bursts. I laid there listening for a minute before calling out. What are you doing?" She didn't answer at first. Then I heard the fridge open and close, followed by the rustle of paper, maybe foil, maybe something in a bag. I sat up. "Claire." She came into the room a second later, hair a mess, eyes wide but unfocused, like she hadn't slept at all, like she hadn't stopped moving long enough to try. She held something in her hand, a printout. "There's another one," she said. It took me a second to process. Another what? Post. Same van, same area, just uploaded 20 minutes ago. I took it from her. It was a screenshot of a Facebook post from someone named Greg L. The photo was blurry, taken through a window, probably a moving car, but unmistakable. The van was there, white, windowless, same size. No plates, parked along a fire road on the edge of Pine Brook. The caption was short. "Saw this van parked near Trailhead 9. No one inside. Creeped me out. Left fast." I handed it back to her. "This is recent." "Yeah, and guess what?" she said, turning back toward her laptop. "That trailhead wasn't even open last time we were there. It was blocked off for maintenance." I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and followed her. On the screen, she had a map open, side by side with satellite view. There was the trailhead deep on the northwest edge of the park, just past a bend in the river trail. According to Claire, it had been closed due to flooding over the summer. "They reopened it last week," she said, quietly, no announcement, just removed the barriers. "And that's where it showed up." She nodded. We stared at the screen together. Then she clicked to another tab, one I hadn't seen before. It was a shared spreadsheet. Names, dates, locations, notes. "You made a list," I said quietly. "I've been keeping track of everything, every mention, every story. It's always near a trailhead, always off-season, always no plates." I scrolled through the entries. There were over 30. "This is more than I thought," I said. "It's more than anyone thinks," she replied, "because no one's putting the pieces together." By sunrise, we'd decided. We were going back. Not to hike, not to camp, not even to wander near the sites we'd been to before. Just to watch. To sit near Trailhead 9 with a camera and a pair of binoculars and see what showed up. Maybe we'd catch a license plate, maybe a face, maybe nothing. But we had to go. We left that afternoon. Claire packed like she was prepping for a stakeout: camera batteries, snacks, extra SD cards. She'd even borrowed a long-lens DSLR from her coworker for wildlife photography, which wasn't technically a lie. I drove. The closer we got, the quieter it became inside the car. No music. Just the occasional highway noise and the soft sound of Claire flipping through her notes again, double-checking details she already knew by heart. We parked half a mile from the trailhead, near a stretch of road that curved around a ridge and offered a clear view of the lot. There were no other cars, just a wide gravel loop, half covered in leaves. Claire set up the camera in the back seat, pointing through the windshield. I kept my eyes on the trail entrance. We waited. An hour passed. Then 2. Still nothing. Claire tapped her pen against the armrest. "This is how it always happens," she said. "They don't come when you're watching." They came before, I said. Because we weren't looking. The sun dipped lower behind the trees. The air got colder. I turned on the car heater for a few minutes, trying not to fog up the windows. Then, just as the sky started to go gray, Claire leaned forward. There. I followed her gaze. The van. Coming from the north, slow and deliberate, like it wasn't in a hurry. No headlights, no markings, just white metal against the fall colors. It turned into the lot, rolled halfway through, then backed into a spot with the rear facing the tree line. From our distance, we couldn't see inside, couldn't make out the driver. But the camera caught it all. Claire clicked the shutter, then again and again, until the van disappeared behind the tree cover. We waited another hour. No one got out. No one got in. It just sat there. And then just like that, it pulled out and drove off. Back the way it came. Gone. Claire leaned back in her seat and let out a breath she'd been holding for way too long. We got it, she said. That's the van. I nodded. Now what? She turned toward me, eyes locked on mine. Now we find out where it goes. We followed at a distance, just enough to keep it in view without drawing attention. It turned onto a fire road unmarked, then kept going. Eventually, it led to another clearing, not the one we'd found last time, a different spot. More remote. There were signs of a campsite, old fire ring, patches of disturbed dirt, and a tarp. Folded. Stained. Claire took more photos. Then she crouched and pulled something from the leaves. A shoe. Kid's size again. She didn't speak. Neither did I. Just then, a sound faint but unmistakable. A snap. A branch. We turned together. In the shadows of the trees, just past the tarp, someone was standing. Watching. Not moving, not speaking. Just there. Claire grabbed my arm, and we backed away slowly, keeping our eyes forward, not turning our backs. When we finally got to the car, I fumbled the keys, hands shaking. We drove. Fast. Didn't stop until we hit pavement again. Claire's hands were clenched white around the camera. We're not making this up, she said. I know. And if we are... She trailed off. We didn't finish that sentence. It was almost a month before we went back. Not because we wanted to, not even because we thought we'd be safer, but because something changed, something that didn't make sense and wouldn't leave us alone. It started with Claire's phone. She kept all the evidence we'd gathered stored on the cloud. Every photo, every screenshot, even audio recordings of conversations we'd had about it. She backed them up twice, one local, one online. The folder was titled something vague, so it wouldn't stand out. But one morning, while doing routine checks, she noticed it was gone. Not corrupted, not deleted by accident, gone. The physical hard drive wouldn't open. The files showed empty, like they'd never been there. When she went to log into the cloud backup, the account had been locked due to unusual activity. When she finally got back in, The folder was there, but every single file had been replaced with a blank image named 404 JPG. That was when we knew. It wasn't just the van. It was whoever was behind it, watching, scrubbing, closing every door we opened. So we made a decision. We'd go back to the woods. One last time. Not to chase the van, not to get revenge, but to bury it all, the fear, the obsession, in something solid, proof that wouldn't vanish with a power outage. We bought a disposable film camera, no GPS, no connection. We'd photograph what we could and leave the prints in a safe deposit box under Claire's cousin's name. She didn't even know we were doing it. That was the point. If anything happened to us, if everything got wiped again, the truth would still exist somewhere else. We returned on a Tuesday. Middle of the day, overcast skies, just enough cloud cover to keep most hikers away. We parked in the same lot as before, only this time we didn't go near our old site. We followed the overgrown trail again, the same one that led to the abandoned van, the shallow fire pit, and whatever else had been half buried in that forgotten stretch of forest. But the van was gone. Not just gone, erased. No rust stains on the ground, no tire ruts. The grass had grown back where we'd walked just weeks earlier, like nothing had been there in years. The fire pit was gone too, covered, smoothed out. Someone or something had been through. Maybe it was never there, I whispered, already knowing that wasn't true. Claire didn't reply. She took out the film camera and snapped a photo anyway, of the clearing, of the tree line, of the spot where we remembered it all happening. Even if we can't prove what it was, she said, her voice steady, we can prove something was here. We hiked deeper, following instinct more than map. Claire noticed at first the smell. Rotting wood, wet metal, something sour underneath it all. It led us to a shed. Not big, just enough for one or two people to stand in, half covered in moss, almost hidden beneath a fallen pine. The door was locked with a rusted padlock. I checked the edges, gave the handle a pull. It didn't budge. Claire raised the camera again. Just as she clicked the shutter, something moved behind us. I turned. Nothing. No footsteps, no birds, not even the usual hum of bugs. It was the kind of silence you feel, not hear. Claire whispered, "Let's go." And we did. We didn't run. We walked, slow and even, never looking back. Because deep down, we both knew if we turned around, we wouldn't be alone. We drove straight from Pinebrook to the photo lab. We paid in cash, using fake names we'd joked about years ago, inside jokes that suddenly didn't feel funny anymore. The technician said the prints would be ready in 24 hours. We didn't sleep that night, not out of fear, just this tight humming alertness that never dipped low enough to allow rest. The next day, the photos were ready. They were clear, unaltered, tangible. The clearing, the trees, the shed. A few of them showed faint impressions in the grass, like something heavy had once sat there. Claire sorted the photos carefully, choosing half to go into the deposit box, the rest to be stored at her aunt's house in a locked filing cabinet buried behind decades of old tax paperwork. We didn't post them. We didn't try to contact journalists. Not again. Instead, we made peace with something harder. We'd carry this story. Just us. Just the truth we knew, without proof the world would accept. And that was enough. It had to be. The next week we moved. Not far, just out of the city and into a quieter part of the county where the neighbors didn't ask questions and the nights didn't echo quite as loud. We didn't talk about Pine Brook much after that. We went back to work, went out sometimes, laughed when we could, though the laughter always felt a little thinner than before. But we were okay. Changed, yeah, but alive. Some nights, the woods still followed us in our dreams, and once in a while I'd swear I saw a white van parked a few blocks away from our new place. Not every day, just enough to remind me. I never approached it, and it always disappeared by morning. A year later, we got a letter. No return address, no stamp. Inside was a photograph. It was us, standing outside the shed. Same moment Claire had taken the picture. Only this one had been taken from behind, at an angle neither of us could have captured. No note, no signature, just the photo. We didn't panic, we didn't scream. Claire placed the photo in a sealed envelope and added it to the box in the deposit vault. No one else would understand what it meant. But we did. They were done chasing us because we had stopped chasing them. We never went back to Pine Brook. And maybe that's what kept us safe. Some doors once opened don't close easily. Some forests remember your footsteps no matter how lightly you tread. But if there's one thing we learned, it's this. When you see a van with no plates, curtains drawn tight, parked where it shouldn't be, don't look for the driver. Don't wait for the lights. Don't try to find the story behind it. Just leave. Because the moment you start asking questions, you're already part of the answer. It all came to a head because of a typo. Claire was reviewing her notes, something she'd done probably 100 times by now, and realized she'd miswritten one of the trail cam coordinates. She pulled up the satellite view again and zoomed in farther than she had before. The path didn't just lead to that abandoned van in the woods. There was something else. A clearing deeper in, about 30 yards beyond the van site, barely visible from the angle we'd approached it from the first time, but it was there, flat ground, something buried beneath the brush. Maybe a structure, or the remains of one. We had a choice, leave it alone, or go back one last time. We went. Not out of obsession, out of necessity. Because the next time might not come with a warning, and we were done waiting for permission. We told no one. Left our phones at home, wrote a note with the GPS coordinates and left it in the glove box of my car in case something happened. Paranoia? Maybe, but we'd earned that. It took us 2 hours of hiking to reach the clearing. The terrain was harder than before. Roots, dense brambles, overgrowth thick enough that Claire had to pull her scarf over her mouth just to keep the debris out. And then the trees broke, and we saw it. It wasn't a cabin or shack. It was a pit, roughly the size of a single car, dug into the earth and partially collapsed on one side. On the other, thin metal rods jutted out, maybe the foundation of something old, maybe just rebar. There were signs of past fire, same as before. Scorched dirt, blackened stone, charred metal scraps. Claire was the first to move. She knelt near the edge and started digging gently with her gloves. After maybe 10 minutes, her hand hit something hard. Not stone, not wood, plastic. She unearthed it slowly, a lid to a storage bin, melted slightly but still intact. Inside were fragments of clothing, strips of faded fabric, a pair of small shoes, a Ziploc bag with a photo half curled inside, a girl in a school uniform smiling awkwardly at the camera. I didn't recognize her. Claire did. She was in one of the posts, she said, a year ago, Virginia, not even from this state. We both sat back, quiet. There was no longer any question. This wasn't isolated. This wasn't one person or one van. It was a system, a rotating method, a trap that moved through parks and forests like a drifting shadow, not staying long enough to leave proof, just long enough to take. And they were counting on no one looking too closely. We brought everything we found to the authorities. But this time we didn't go local. We went federal. Claire sent a packet directly to the FBI, not the general tip line, but an actual agent she tracked down from a national task force on missing persons. She included everything: photos, coordinates, timelines, even the map overlays. Then we waited. And for the first time in months, someone responded. They showed up 2 weeks later. 2 unmarked sedans, federal IDs, real agents. They asked a lot of questions about the van, about the clearing, about how we'd gotten involved. They took our original folder, scanned our trail maps, and asked us not to speak to media just yet. Claire asked them point blank, "Is this part of something bigger?" The older agent, the one who hadn't said much until then, looked at us for a long moment. "There's more like you," he said finally. "People who got too close to something they were never supposed to see. Some vanish, some get scared and shut up, but every once in a while someone brings us enough to open the door." That was it. He didn't elaborate. They left, and we haven't heard from them since. Weeks passed, then months. The missing posters didn't disappear, but some of the family started getting updates. Quiet ones, no details, just acknowledgments that new information had come in. We were never named. Not officially. But I think they knew. And we didn't need credit. We just wanted it to stop. Claire changed after that. Not in a bad way. She just softened. The constant tension left her shoulders. The folder stayed on a shelf, untouched now. She didn't check the curtains every hour anymore. We still don't camp. Probably never will again. The gear is long gone. But we take walks. We drive the coast. We breathe better. As for me, sometimes I still dream about the van. Not in a terrifying way, more like a memory that lingers in the walls of your mind. Something half forgotten that comes back in flashes. A sound of branches cracking too close. A car with no plates parked one space over. A shadow watching from the tree line, waiting to see if you notice. But then I wake up, and I check the locks, and I look out the window, and there's nothing there, because they're not following us anymore. We looked back, and they don't like being seen. I first saw her on a Tuesday. It was early, probably 5:30 in the morning. I'd gotten in the habit of waking up before the kids, not to be productive, but because I liked the quiet. There's this weird, weightless window of time before the rest of the world kicks on. No emails, no cartoons, no toast burning in the background, just stillness. That morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee and stood at the kitchen window like I always do, looking out over the backyard. That's when I noticed her, just standing there at the back fence. Our yard backs up to a small patch of woods. Nothing dense, just a few skinny trees, some brush, the occasional squirrel. Between the yard and the trees is an old wooden fence about shoulder height. It was here when we moved in. Nothing fancy, just enough to say this part is ours. She was standing on the other side of it, not in the woods, but right at the edge, perfectly still, hands at her sides, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a dress, dark brown, like something you'd wear to a church service in the fall. At first I figured she was just passing through, maybe someone's lost aunt or a neighbor cutting across the woods to get somewhere faster. But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't seem cold, just stood there, facing the house. She was too far away to make out her expression, but I could tell she wasn't watching the trees or looking around. She was looking straight at our window, at me. I didn't wave or say anything, just stood there with my coffee, watching her, trying to figure out if I should call someone or open the back door. But I didn't want to wake anyone else up, and honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd report. Eventually, the sky started to brighten. Not full sunrise, but that soft gray blue that means morning's on the way. I looked down to check the time, 5:42, and when I looked up again, she was gone. No rustling, no footsteps, just gone. I stepped outside and looked around, but the woods were still, the grass was wet with dew, no footprints. Weird, but not alarming. Not yet. The next morning, she was back. Same time, 5:30 on the dot. Different outfit this time, a pale green blouse with a tan skirt that hit just below the knee. Her hair was down, neatly combed, almost too neat for that early in the morning. Again, she stood there without moving, just watching the house. This time, I stepped out onto the porch. I didn't go down the steps, just stood there and stared back at her. I thought maybe she'd wave, or speak, or do anything to make this make sense. But she didn't react. She didn't even blink. I raised a hand halfway, not quite a wave, more like a cautious hello, and she still didn't move. When I called out, "Can I help you?" her head tilted just slightly to the right, like she was studying me or recognizing me. That was the moment I felt the first real thread of unease. Not fear, not yet, but something that made me step back into the house without fully realizing I'd done it. I watched her through the window again, waiting to see if she'd leave, or at least shift her weight. She didn't. And just like the day before, as the light started creeping in, she was gone. I told my wife about her that night. Jen laughed at first. "You've got a little fan club forming," she said. But when I told her how long the woman had stood there, how she didn't move or speak, her smile faded. "You think she's homeless?" Jen asked. "Maybe," I said. "But she looks too, put together. Her clothes are always clean, hair brushed. She doesn't have a bag or anything. It's weird." "Should we call someone?" I shrugged. "She's not on our property." That's what I kept coming back to. She wasn't doing anything technically wrong. She was just there. And the next morning, she was there again. 5:30 sharp. This time she wore a red sweater, same length skirt as the day before. Her shoes were always flats, modest, practical, like she dressed for a very specific kind of appointment every day. I stepped outside again. This time, I walked all the way down to the edge of the yard. She didn't move. I stood about 10 feet from her, only the fence between us. Up close, she looked even more ordinary, early 50s maybe. No visible scars or dirt, no signs of injury. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dawn light. "Why are you here?" I asked. She blinked, once, maybe twice, then said in a quiet, even voice, "I used to live here." Her tone wasn't angry, wasn't sad, just matter of fact. I didn't know what to say. I waited, thinking she'd explain, tell me she grew up here, or that she was confused, but she didn't. She just said, "He said I could come back when I'm ready." I asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer. She turned her head slightly to the left, like she was listening to something deep in the woods, then back at me. And then, as the sky began to brighten, she turned and walked into the trees. No rush, no fear. Just left. That was the first time I felt afraid. Not because of what she did, but because of how calm it all was. That kind of calm only comes from believing you belong somewhere. And I couldn't shake the feeling that she thought she still did. She didn't come the next morning. I got up early, like usual, still groggy from staying up too late reading the same news stories on my phone. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee, watching the fence line. 5:30 came and went. Nothing. Just dew on the grass and the slow crawl of morning light through the trees. I waited longer than I'd like to admit. At 6, I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see her walk out from behind a tree like she'd been hiding there the whole time. But no. The yard was still. The woods were quiet. And I told myself I should be relieved. But I wasn't. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not in an obsessive way, at least not at first. Just a quiet itch at the back of my mind, like a riddle I hadn't solved. Who was she? What did she mean by he said, "I could come back when I'm ready"? I checked the county records online during nap time. Our house was built in the early 90s, 2 owners before us. A couple with no kids, and before that a family who'd been here since it was first constructed. Their name was Riddick. I didn't find any mention of a woman, no news articles, no obituaries, just sales records and mortgage info. That night, after we put the kids to bed, I brought it up to Jen again, told her what the woman had said. "She told you she used to live here?" she asked. "Yeah, and that someone told her she could come back when she's ready." Jen frowned. "That sounds like, I don't know, like something out of a movie." I nodded. She wasn't threatening. She was just there, like she belonged. We sat with that for a minute. "You think she's confused?" Jen asked. "Maybe, or she thinks we're the ones in the wrong. Should we call the cops?" "She hasn't trespassed." We left it there, but I could tell Jen was worried now. Not just about the woman, about me, the way I was talking, the way I couldn't let it go. The next morning, I woke up even earlier. 5:15. I didn't even make coffee. I just stood in the dark kitchen watching the yard. My eyes had adjusted to the gray light enough that I could see the tree line clearly. At 5:30, like clockwork, she was there. Same posture, same stillness, different clothes. This time it was a navy blue sweater with pearl buttons and a floral skirt. Her hands were folded in front of her, not at her sides like before. Her hair was pulled back. She looked neater somehow, more formal. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the glass, hidden in the shadows, watching her. She didn't move, didn't blink. I checked the time again, 5:35, 5:40. She still hadn't moved. But I started to notice something. Her gaze wasn't just directed at the house anymore. It was angled upward, toward the second floor, toward the kids' window. That did something to me, something sharp. I pulled the curtains shut. I went upstairs and checked on them, both asleep, both safe. The room was quiet, nothing unusual. But when I came back down and looked outside again, she was gone. That's when I called the non-emergency police line. I told them there was a woman standing at our back fence every morning at the same time, that she wasn't threatening us, but she was watching, that she said something strange about having lived here. The officer on the phone sounded tired, polite, but detached. He said unless she stepped onto our property or made some kind of verbal threat, there wasn't much they could do. If you can get a photo or video of her, that might help, he added. But standing on the other side of a fence doesn't really qualify as harassment. That was that. I tried to explain it to Jen that night. She was looking at the kids' window. Jen's face tightened. "Are you sure?" She wasn't looking at me. I know what I saw. She didn't argue, but she didn't say much after that either. Just nodded and started picking up toys from the living room floor like it was any other night. But the next morning, she woke up with me. She stood beside me at the window, both of us wrapped in our robes, silent. At 5:30, the woman was there again. Different outfit, white blouse, pale gray skirt, same flats. This time, she was holding something. A piece of paper. She didn't wave it or lift it high, just held it loosely at her side like a school teacher carrying a lesson plan. I reached for my phone and zoomed in through the window. The picture came out blurry, useless. The low light didn't help. Jen said, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't know." And before we could say anything else, the woman slowly lifted her free hand and pointed at the house. Not the upstairs window. The kitchen. Right at us. Then she turned and walked back into the trees. Jen stepped away from the window. "I want you to talk to someone," she said. "I am talking to someone. You." "No," she said. "A professional." That stung. I didn't respond. She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you. I'm not saying this isn't real, but you're getting obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're jumping at shadows. I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know," she said, "but it's starting to feel like she's not the problem anymore." That hurt more than I wanted to admit. I told her I'd drop it, but I didn't. The next morning I was out there before 5. I brought a folding chair and sat at the edge of the lawn with a flashlight and a thermos full of coffee, like I was on some kind of stakeout. I didn't care how it looked. I wanted to be close enough to see her face clearly, to ask her why. At 5:29 I felt it. That subtle shift in the air, like a curtain lifting. And there she was. Right on time. Only this time she wasn't standing. She was kneeling. Hands clasped, head bowed. Like she was praying. She was kneeling. I didn't move. She stayed like that for 6, maybe 7 minutes, perfectly still. Head bowed, hands pressed together, knees sunk into the soft ground just beyond the fence. She didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react when I turned on the flashlight and aimed it directly at her face. It was like I wasn't even there. And that, somehow, was worse than if she'd acknowledged me. She rose slowly at 5:43 and walked back into the woods, disappearing behind the same clump of trees as before. By the time I stood up, my coffee was cold. I didn't tell Jen that day. I was already towing the line between concerned and concerning. I knew it. She knew it. Every time I brought it up, I could see that flicker behind her eyes, that little "I'm worried about you" look. So I didn't say anything. I just went about the day like normal. Changed a diaper, made toast, folded laundry, rewatched the same episode of Bluey for the 4th time. But my mind stayed fixed on her. Why had she knelt? Why now? Was it ritual? Was it a signal? The next morning, I was back out there, before 5 again. Folding chair, thermos, flashlight. This time I brought my phone on a tripod, facing the woods, recording. At 5:29, nothing happened. At 5:30, still nothing. 5:31, 5:32. She stepped out from the trees like she'd never left, walking slowly like she'd been underwater. Different outfit again, light blue dress with tiny white buttons. Her hair was up in a low bun. She didn't kneel this time, just stood with her hands at her sides. But she was closer. A step or two, maybe. Not much. But I knew. I felt it. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward her again, and this time I saw her face clearly. It wasn't blank, not expressionless. She looked sad, not weeping, not dramatic, just this quiet, heavy sadness that settled into her features like it had always been there. And then she smiled, barely, just the corners of her mouth tugging up like a memory she didn't trust. Then she lifted her hand, not waving, pointing, upstairs again, at the kid's window. I stood. "What do you want?" I asked. She tilted her head. I stepped closer. "Why are you here?" She didn't answer. "Who told you you could come back?" This time she did respond. Her voice was barely audible, calm, almost like a lullaby. "You'll remember soon." I froze. What does that mean? But she was already turning, walking away, slow and unbothered, her pale dress catching the morning light in a way that made it glow. Back into the trees. Gone. When I checked my phone, the recording had stopped halfway through. Storage full. Even though I'd cleared it the night before. I deleted everything, cleared the cache, emptied the trash, reset the camera app. The space wouldn't free up. I ran a factory reset. Still said, storage full. The video was gone, but the space it occupied stayed. That day, I couldn't stop checking the windows. Every reflective surface made me jump, a flash of movement across the lawn, a bird in the brush, a neighbor walking their dog. It all felt too loud, too fast. Like the world was spinning just a little harder around me than it was for everyone else. That night, Jen found me sitting at the kitchen table with the lights off, just staring into the backyard. "You're doing it again," she said gently. I saw her face today. Jen sighed and pulled out a chair. "Do you think maybe she's part of your past? Something you've forgotten?" I looked at her. "Why would you say that?" She hesitated. "You keep saying things like it's personal, like she's here for you." "She is." She pointed at the kid's window. "She told me I'd remember." Jen was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what happened the year before we moved here?" I blinked. "What?" "Do you remember what happened in May the year before we moved?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't remember. Not clearly. Just flashes, boxes, a hospital, a quiet room with a window that didn't open. But those were dreams. They felt like dreams. Jen touched my hand. "You got help. You're okay now. But maybe something's getting stirred up again." "She's real." "I believe that you believe that." "No, Jen, she's real." "Okay," she said, not agreeing, not disagreeing, just trying to keep the peace. She went to bed not long after. I stayed downstairs. I pulled out every photo album we had, every storage bin, every moving box from the garage. I dug through them until my hands were covered in dust and old paper cuts. Looking for what? I didn't know. Something, anything, a clue, a name. And then I found it. In a manila envelope at the bottom of a box labeled Old Mail. An envelope addressed to me from a rehab center 3 counties over. I didn't remember going there, but it had my name, my signature, a discharge date, exactly 1 year before we moved into this house. Inside was a thank you note. Not from the center, from someone named L. Written in shaky blue pen. I hope this place gives you peace. You deserve it more than I do. I'll wait as long as it takes. No last name. No return address. Just L. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. I looked out the window. She was already there. She was there when the sun came up. Same place, same stillness. But everything felt different now. I stood at the window, envelope in one hand, coffee forgotten on the counter behind me. I didn't wake Jen. I didn't move. I just stared out at her and tried to line her up with the words on the paper in my hand. I'll wait as long as it takes. That was what the note said. And now here she was. Had she waited? I tried to remember, really remember anything about someone named L, but nothing came. No face, no moment, just that constant sense of almost, like a song you can hum but not name. The woman stood like she always did, hands folded, posture straight, eyes fixed on the house. She wore a pale yellow sweater today, tucked into a brown skirt with pleats. Her shoes were the same, always the same, and her hair was down again. It looked familiar. I stepped away from the window and pulled the curtain closed. I didn't know what scared me more, that she was watching us, or that some part of me might have invited her. The kids were up by then. I made breakfast like normal, or tried to. Toast burned. I poured juice into a coffee mug by mistake. Jen noticed, but didn't say anything. She watched me from across the kitchen, waiting to see if I'd bring it up. I didn't. After breakfast, I went out to the garage and found an old trail camera we'd bought back when we thought we were going to become one of those hiking families. I mounted it in the tree closest to the back fence and angled it down. Motion activated, night vision, should have been enough to catch something. Just in case. Just so I'd have proof. That night, I lay awake for hours. My mind kept circling the same drain. Who was she? What did I forget? Had we met before? Had I promised her something? Had I hurt her? Or worse, had I loved her? The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside, lights off, curtains cracked just enough to see. She came at 5:30. Same spot. New clothes. White blouse, dark green skirt. But something was different. She wasn't looking at the house. She was looking at me. Not at the window, not at the upstairs room. At me. She met my eyes through the sliver in the curtain and just stood there, blinking slow, like she'd been waiting for me to really see her. I wanted to go out there, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or guilt, or maybe both. My hand was on the doorknob, but I stayed still. At 5:46, she turned and left. That afternoon, I checked the trail cam. The screen said, motion detected, 5:31 a.m. I opened the clip. There was nothing. No figure, no movement, just a 30-second shot of an empty yard, the fence, the woods behind it, quiet, still. No woman. No proof. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the footage. Did I aim the camera wrong? Did something glitch? But I knew what I saw. She'd been there. I put the trail cam back in the garage. That night, I sat on the porch alone with a blanket over my lap and a flashlight in one hand. I watched the tree line like it owed me answers. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink for long. At 5:28, I heard it. A soft shuffle in the leaves. And then she was there. Not walking out of the woods this time. Just appearing. Like she'd always been standing there and the world had finally caught up. I stood slowly. Walked to the fence. She didn't move. Up close, she looked tired, not disheveled, just worn. Her eyes weren't threatening, they weren't demanding, they were asking. I cleared my throat. What's your name? She tilted her head. You used to know it. I don't. A soft smile. Not yet. You keep coming here, why? She looked up at the house. Because he said I could. Who's he? You. I swallowed. I never said that. You did, a long time ago. I took a step back. My voice was shaking now. You can't be here. I know. She looked down at her hands, but I don't have anywhere else to be. We stood like that for a while. She never crossed the fence. And eventually, like always, she turned and walked into the woods. Jen was waiting in the doorway when I came back in. She didn't say anything. She just pulled me into a hug and held on longer than usual. The next day, I made an appointment. A therapist. Someone new. Someone who wouldn't start the conversation with how long has it been since your last visit. I didn't tell them about the woman right away. I started slow. Just talked about the unease, the guilt I couldn't place, the memory gaps, the feeling that something was waiting for me to catch up to it. We talked about my past treatment, about the breakdown, the hospitalization, the weeks I didn't remember. They told me it was okay. That forgetting is sometimes what the brain needs to survive. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I agreed. Because whatever I'd forgotten, it hadn't forgotten me. That night, I went back through the mail again. Every envelope, every piece of paper, every scribbled note in every old notebook we still had stuffed into drawers. And I found another one. Different handwriting this time. Smaller, tighter. Just 3 lines written in pencil on the inside of a greeting card that said, "Thinking of you" on the front. He told me to wait here. He said this would be home. I don't know how long that means. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I knew who it was from, and I knew who it was for. The next morning, I didn't wait for her. I woke up late, slept through my alarm. Jen let me sleep in, which she never does, especially on weekdays. When I finally rolled out of bed, the kids were already halfway through their cereal, and the sun was pouring in through the back windows like nothing had ever been wrong. I went to the kitchen window without even thinking, the way you reach for your phone first thing, and stopped when I realized I'd missed it. She was gone. If she'd come, I hadn't seen her. There was no note, no trace, no impression in the grass near the fence. Just an empty yard and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 houses down. But that didn't bring relief. It brought something else. A hollow, buzzing weight in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to show up for something I didn't know I agreed to. Jen asked me how I was feeling that afternoon. We were standing in the garage, the door open, kids riding scooters in lazy loops down the driveway. I shrugged. Better, I said, just tired. She handed me a folded sheet of paper. I found this in the laundry room. It was tucked behind the dryer. I opened it carefully. Notebook paper, lined, torn at the edge, same tight handwriting as the card. This one was longer. He said not to knock, said the house was fragile now, said they wouldn't understand yet. I promised to wait where it's safe, where I used to sit before everything broke. I remember the fence. I remember the light in the kitchen. I remember his hands shaking. I read it twice, then folded it again and tucked it into my back pocket. Jen didn't ask what it said. She just looked at me like she already knew. And maybe she did. That night, I sat outside again, no chair, just the grass beneath me, damp and cool, like the earth wanted to remind me I was still part of it. She didn't come at 5:30 or 5:40, but at 5:52 I felt her. Before I saw her, that same shift in the air, that hush, that invisible thread pulling the space between us tight. When I looked up, she was already there. Closer now. Maybe 3 feet from the fence. Not kneeling, not standing straight, just leaning slightly forward, like she was tired, or like she didn't want to scare me. She wore a light gray sweater buttoned up to her throat, long black skirt, hair in a low bun, pale hands folded in front of her like she was waiting her turn to speak. "Your letters," I said. She nodded. "Why did you leave them?" "To remind you." "Of what?" "That I was here, that I still am." I felt something slide into place behind my ribs. A quiet truth. I rubbed my hands together. Did I know you?" She tilted her head. "You do." "I don't remember." "You will." "Were we," I started, then stopped. The word tasted wrong. "I don't know," I said instead. "I don't know what's real anymore." She took a small step forward, just enough that I could see her more clearly. Her face was soft, no makeup, no lines that didn't belong. She looked like someone I should have known. Someone whose photo I might have glanced past in a forgotten album. "You said I could come back when I was ready," she said. "When was that?" "You didn't know at the time." "What did I say exactly?" She closed her eyes. "You said, when I get better, when things are safe again, you can come back," and I waited. I felt the air thicken around me. My legs felt rooted to the earth, like I couldn't have stood even if I wanted to. "You never came inside," I said. "I promised I wouldn't." "You kept that promise." She smiled, and for a moment I felt something warm, familiar. Like I'd seen that smile before, across a table, or in a hospital room, or in a photo that got thrown away. I swallowed hard. Are you real?" Her smile didn't change. "You're asking the wrong question." "What's the right one?" She paused, then said softly, "Why did you forget me?" I felt dizzy. "I don't know." She stepped closer. "I think you needed to. I think you had to let me go, but you didn't know how, so you pushed it down until it stopped knocking." "I didn't mean to." "I know." I sat in silence, the morning cold starting to settle into my skin. Behind us, the trees were starting to shift color, the edges of fall creeping in. She looked at the house. "Is it different now?" "Yes," I said. "Better?" "Sometimes." She nodded. "I'm sorry I scared you." "You didn't," I said. But we both knew that wasn't true. "You're not coming back again, are you?" I asked. "No." "Because I remember now." "No," she said, "because you're not mine anymore." I didn't know what to say to that. She stepped back, and for the first time she smiled fully. No sadness, no questions, just a quiet goodbye that didn't need to be spoken. Then she turned and walked into the woods, and this time I didn't feel afraid, because I knew she wasn't lost. She was done waiting. I sat in the grass until the sun came up. When Jen came outside with a blanket draped over her arm and 2 mugs in her hands, I looked up at her and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Here, present, unburied. I took the coffee. She sat next to me. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. Inside my pocket, the letter stayed folded, still warm. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a secret. She didn't come back after that morning. I watched for her, of course. The first few days, I still got up early, still sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the tree line like I always did, but the fence stayed empty. The woods were still, and a strange thing started to happen. I missed her. Not in a literal way. I wasn't longing for her to return, or for the things she said, or the eerie quiet that came with her presence. I missed the weight of her, the tension, the way her presence had pointed me toward something I didn't want to face until I had no choice. Now that she was gone, there was nothing between me and the truth. And it was quiet. Too quiet at first. For a few days, I wandered the house like I was waiting for something to snap back into place. Jen kept her distance, gently. She didn't press. She just stayed nearby, bringing me coffee, checking in with her eyes more than her words. I think she knew I was finally facing something I'd kept buried long enough to forget I'd buried it. I kept that letter, the one I found behind the dryer, in my pocket for a while. Then I moved it to a drawer in the hallway, then to a small box in the closet. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't need it to be close anymore. The memories didn't come all at once. They never do. But little things began to surface. The sound of a voice I couldn't place, a small silver necklace knotted in the bottom of an old toiletries bag, a memory of a hospital room that wasn't mine, but felt familiar. Someone crying softly while I stared out the window. Someone telling me I needed time, that I needed space. The grief came later. Not sharp and loud, like I thought it might. Just slow, like water through a cracked ceiling. A steady drip of realization, of acceptance. She was someone I'd known. Someone I'd loved. I didn't need the details to feel the loss. The absence was enough. Jen was the one who finally said it out loud. A few weeks later, when the kids were with her parents and we were sitting out back in the early evening. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. I was staring at the fence just out of habit, and she said, her name was Lila. I didn't say anything at first. She continued, "It was a long time ago, before me. You were both very young. You told me about her once, during your recovery. When we first met, you said she was the reason you got better, but also the reason it got so bad." I looked over at her. She wasn't dangerous, Jen added quickly, not in the way people usually mean. She was unstable, not well, but she loved you. And you loved her. My throat felt tight. What happened to her? Jen hesitated. She left, voluntarily, checked herself into long-term care. You said you told her to come back when she was ready, that you'd wait, but when she got out, you were already with me. I nodded slowly. Something in my chest pulled tight, then let go. You didn't remember any of it, Jen said. Not until now. I think I needed to forget. I think you had to. We sat in silence for a while. I looked at the fence again, not with fear, not with expectation, just with a kind of reverence, like you'd look at the edge of a page before turning it. I didn't want to hurt her, I said. I know. I thought I was doing the right thing. You were. The crickets started chirping as the sky darkened. I kept seeing her, I whispered. I believe you. It felt so real. Jen took my hand. Maybe it was. I've thought about that moment a lot in the time since. Whether Lila was really there, or if she was something my mind conjured to finally make me remember. I've read about that trauma taking shape, manifesting, giving your memory something it can look at until you're ready to let it back in. But the truth is, I don't need a definitive answer. Because whatever she was, hallucination or haunting, memory or ghost, she helped me heal. She stood at that fence every morning because part of me still owed her something. Not an apology, not a second chance, just recognition. The kind that comes from finally saying, I remember. I haven't seen her since that last day. But I still think about her sometimes. When the wind moves through the trees just right, when the kids run through the backyard and their laughter echoes in the woods, when I wake up early and find myself looking out the window before the sun rises. I don't expect her to come back. She doesn't need to. The promise was kept. Not in the way either of us imagined, but still. We both waited. And in the end, we both remembered. There's peace in that. Now, our home feels whole again, not in some magical way, just settled, balanced, as if a room that had always been locked quietly opened itself and let in some air. I think healing is like that. Not loud, not immediate. Just small changes in direction. The fence is still there. I haven't fixed it or painted it or changed it in any way. Sometimes I leave a light on in the kitchen overnight, and when I wake up in the morning and glance outside, I can almost believe I see her there. Not as a threat, not as a question, just as someone who came back one last time. And then moved on, like I did, like I had to. I've lived in the same neighborhood since I was a kid, and as long as I can remember, people talked about the old abandoned house at the end of Maple Street. The place always seemed out of place, dark, uninviting, surrounded by an overgrown lawn and covered in peeling paint. You could barely see it through the trees, but it was always there, just lurking at the edge of our otherwise pleasant community. Growing up, I heard all the stories kids tell each other about houses like that. They said it was haunted, of course. They claimed that late at night, especially around Halloween, you could hear children laughing and playing inside, even though no one had lived there for decades. I always dismissed those tales, convinced they were just stories told to scare little kids or give teenagers an excuse to explore. But one Halloween night when I was 18, I finally decided to find out for myself. It wasn't my idea at first. It started as a dare from my friend Luke, who always liked to push the limits. You're always saying the house isn't haunted, Luke said with a teasing grin, leaning against the hood of my car. If you're so sure, prove it. We'll all go. Standing next to Luke were my other friends, Emma and Brandon. They both smiled nervously, clearly excited but slightly hesitant. Come on, Emma said quietly, trying to sound brave. It'll be fun, and if nothing happens, we can finally prove everyone wrong. I hesitated for a moment, feeling slightly uneasy, but quickly brushed it off. It was just an old, empty house, nothing more. All right, I agreed finally, looking confidently at Luke. Let's do it. We waited until around 11 o'clock, when the neighborhood had quieted down after trick-or-treaters had returned home. Dressed warmly and armed with flashlights, the four of us walked cautiously down Maple Street toward the house. The air felt colder, sharper than usual, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. The street was quiet, illuminated faintly by porch lights and Halloween decorations left glowing in the night. As we approached the house, my pulse quickened slightly. It felt bigger up close, darker and more intimidating. A rusted fence surrounded the property, with a gate that creaked loudly when we pushed it open. Once inside, everything seemed even quieter. The noises of our neighborhood disappeared, replaced by an unsettling silence that made our footsteps sound louder than they should. The front door hung open slightly, hinges rusted and paint cracked from years of neglect. Luke stepped inside first, shining his flashlight into the entryway. The rest of us followed cautiously, scanning the darkness for anything unusual. Inside, the air smelled musty and damp, like mildew mixed with dust. Wallpaper peeled off the walls in curling strips, exposing stained plaster beneath. The furniture, what little remained, sat covered in thick sheets, hiding whatever was underneath. It was clear no one had been here in years, maybe decades. We stood still, listening carefully. Nothing. No laughter. No whispers, just silence. Luke shot me a smug look. "See?" he whispered confidently. "Nothing here." "Let's check upstairs," Brandon suggested softly, clearly feeling more confident now. "If we're doing this, we might as well see the whole place." Slowly, we climbed the staircase, stepping carefully to avoid rotted spots. At the top, a hallway stretched in both directions, lined with doors that were mostly closed. Emma stepped forward and gently pushed open the nearest one. The door creaked loudly, echoing through the empty house. Inside was an old bedroom. An iron-frame bed stood in the corner, rusted and bare. A broken dresser leaned against one wall, drawers hanging open, empty. Emma shivered slightly, stepping back. "This feels wrong," she whispered nervously, glancing at me. I nodded quietly, feeling the same unease. But Luke pushed forward, determined. "Come on, guys," he said impatiently. "There's nothing here." We moved down the hallway, exploring each room carefully, finding nothing but dust and decay. Just as I was starting to feel relaxed, believing we'd proven our point, Emma stopped suddenly, raising her hand. "Listen," she whispered urgently. We froze, straining to hear what had caught her attention. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, softly, faintly, I heard a quiet sound drifting toward us from somewhere above. Children's laughter, distant but clear, floated through the empty rooms. My blood ran cold. Luke turned pale, eyes wide. "Is someone up there?" Brandon whispered nervously, looking toward the attic stairs at the far end of the hallway. "Maybe it's just neighborhood kids," Luke offered weakly, his usual confidence wavering. Emma shook her head. "It's nearly midnight. Why would kids be playing up there now?" The laughter continued, quiet but unmistakable, floating down from above. Slowly, we moved toward the narrow attic stairs, our flashlight beams trembling slightly. With each creaking step upward, the laughter grew louder, clearer. It was playful, innocent yet deeply unsettling. At the attic door, we paused, looking nervously at each other. Luke finally reached out and pushed the door open. It swung inward slowly, revealing a large, shadowy attic filled with discarded furniture and boxes, all covered in thick dust and cobwebs. But the laughter had stopped abruptly. Now silence pressed around us again, heavier than before. My heart raced painfully as I scanned the darkness, feeling watched. "Hello?" Emma called softly, her voice shaking. "Is someone here?" No answer, only silence. Then, in the far corner of the attic, I noticed shapeless small figures standing motionless in the shadows. My throat tightened as fear surged through me. Luke shone his flashlight toward them, the beam shaking slightly. The figures were small, childlike silhouettes that stood completely still, facing us silently. We stepped back slowly, instinctively sensing danger. As we began turning away, ready to run, the laughter erupted again, but now it was louder, sharper, right behind us. We spun around, flashlights sweeping wildly. Nothing was there, only darkness. Panicked, we bolted from the attic, stumbling down the stairs and running through the house toward the front door. The laughter followed us, echoing through the empty rooms, playful yet terrifying. It chased us until we burst out into the yard, gasping for breath, hearts pounding. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the street, away from the house and its hidden secrets. Only then did we turn back, looking at the darkened building that stood silently in the night, as if nothing had happened at all. But we knew differently. Something was there, hidden within its walls. Something that had watched us, laughed at us, and made itself known. And now, I finally believed. In the days that followed our encounter in the abandoned house, the four of us tried our best to forget about what had happened. But that proved nearly impossible. Each of us dealt with it differently. Luke insisted it had been some kind of prank or misunderstanding. Brandon didn't talk much about it at all, quietly avoiding the subject whenever it came up. Emma and I, however, couldn't let it go. The experience had shaken us deeply, lingering in our thoughts constantly. A few weeks later, Emma called me late one evening. Her voice sounded nervous and hesitant. "Can we talk? It's about the house," she said softly. "Of course," I replied, sensing something was wrong. "What's going on?" Emma paused, seeming unsure how to continue. "Have you gone past the house since that night?" she finally asked. "Only once or twice," I admitted, "but never close. It gives me a weird feeling now." She exhaled slowly, sounding relieved. I felt the same. "I went by it yesterday," she said carefully. "It was daytime, so I figured it would be fine. But when I walked past, I thought I saw someone standing in one of the upstairs windows." I felt a chill go through me. "Like who?" I asked quietly, already knowing the answer wouldn't be good. "I'm not sure," Emma replied, her voice shaky. "It looked small, like a child. At first, I thought it was just a reflection or shadow, but it moved. It stepped back, like it didn't want me to see it. I didn't say anything at first, processing what she'd said. The same unease I'd felt that night returned, making my chest tight. "Did you tell Luke or Brandon?" I asked eventually. Emma sighed softly. "I mentioned it to Luke, but he just laughed it off. He thinks I'm imagining things." Brandon seemed nervous and changed the subject immediately. "We need to figure out what's happening there," I finally said, feeling both dread and determination. "If someone's inside, maybe they need help." Emma hesitated. "Are you saying we should go back?" I didn't answer right away. The thought terrified me, but it also felt wrong to ignore it. What if someone was hiding inside, maybe lost or scared? As frightening as it sounded, I knew Emma was right. "Maybe we should," I replied slowly. "But not at night, and not just the two of us." Emma agreed, relief evident in her voice. "Okay, tomorrow afternoon?" "Yeah," I said, though uncertainty lingered. "I'll call Luke and Brandon again." The next day, Luke reluctantly agreed to join us, and Brandon, after some convincing, also decided to come along. None of us seemed thrilled about revisiting the house, but knowing we wouldn't be alone provided some comfort. We met at the corner of Maple Street around 3 o'clock. The neighborhood felt different during the day, less threatening, almost welcoming. But as we approached the old house, that feeling quickly disappeared. Even in daylight, it seemed to carry a strange, unsettling energy. We cautiously entered through the front gate, moving slowly toward the door. Luke stepped ahead, pushing the door open with a familiar creak. Inside, the house was exactly as we'd left it. Dusty, dark, filled with the smell of decay. We scanned the rooms carefully, flashlights unnecessary now, but carried anyway out of caution. "Should we go upstairs?" Brandon asked softly, clearly reluctant. Emma nodded, determination mixing with nervousness. "That's where I saw someone." We climbed the staircase again, moving more cautiously than before. As we reached the hallway, a soft sound came from one of the rooms, just a small, quiet creak, but enough to freeze us all in place. Luke glanced back nervously, losing his usual confidence. "Hello?" he called, his voice wavering slightly. "Is anyone here?" No answer, just silence. We moved slowly toward the sound, carefully pushing open the door. The room was empty, just a dusty chair and old toys scattered across the floor. But something felt different this time. The air felt colder, heavier, as if we'd entered a space meant to be left alone. Then, behind us, another noise, faint but unmistakable. Soft footsteps moved down the hallway, retreating from where we stood. My heart raced, my breath catching in my throat. "Who's there?" Luke shouted, turning quickly toward the sound. We moved together toward the hallway, just in time to see a small figure dart into another room further down. Without thinking, we rushed after it, curiosity overcoming our fear. The room it had entered stood open at the end of the hall, leading to a small set of stairs we hadn't noticed before. Luke hesitated briefly, then moved forward, determination taking hold again. "Come on," he whispered urgently. We followed closely, climbing the narrow staircase carefully. At the top was a hidden room, partially obscured by darkness. As we stepped inside, we saw something unexpected. Drawings scattered across the floor, faded crayon marks depicting figures and smiling faces. Old toys sat neatly in one corner, carefully arranged, as if someone had been playing recently. "This doesn't make sense," Brandon murmured, glancing around uneasily. "Who would be playing here? This stuff looks ancient." Emma bent down, carefully picking up one of the drawings. It depicted 4 stick figures holding hands, standing outside a house that looked eerily similar to this one. Beneath it, scribbled in messy handwriting, were 4 names. Emma's face turned pale as she read them aloud softly. Luke, Brandon, Emma, and me. A chill swept through the room. How was that possible? Who had drawn this, and when? "Someone's messing with us," Luke whispered, voice strained with uncertainty. Then, from the room below, laughter drifted upward again, clear, distinct, unmistakably children's laughter. We froze, fear gripping us tightly. The sound grew louder, echoing gently, surrounding us completely. It wasn't playful anymore. Now it felt almost mocking, as if amused by our confusion. "Let's get out," I said urgently, my voice shaking. "Now." We quickly moved toward the stairs, the laughter still ringing clearly around us. Just before leaving, I glanced back toward the toys in the corner and my heart stopped. They had moved. No longer neatly arranged, they now lay scattered randomly across the floor. We stumbled down the stairs, rushing from the room and back down the hallway. The laughter continued, following us closely, echoing in the walls. Finally, bursting out the front door into daylight again, we stood panting, shaking, unable to speak. Eventually, Luke broke the silence, eyes wide and frightened. "That wasn't someone messing with us," he said quietly, finally convinced. "Something's really wrong with this place." We knew he was right. What we had just experienced wasn't a prank or imagination, it was something real, something we couldn't explain. As we walked away from the house again, each of us felt its presence behind us, silently watching, waiting for us to return. We didn't look back, afraid of what we might see. But deep down, we knew this wasn't over yet. The house had shown us something we couldn't ignore, something we couldn't easily forget. And now, it seemed unwilling to let us go. After the second visit to the old house, none of us talked much for a while. We tried to pretend life could just go back to normal, that we could forget the laughter, the drawings, and the strange figure we'd seen. But something had shifted. Whatever we had awakened in that house wasn't easily ignored, and as much as we tried to deny it, we all felt it. Emma was the first to admit openly that things had changed. A few days after the second encounter, she texted me late at night, asking if I could come over. When I arrived at her house, she looked exhausted, pale, her eyes lined from lack of sleep. "I keep dreaming about the house," she said quietly as we sat on her porch, the cool night air brushing past us. "Every night since we went back, I see that room, the drawings,
The toys scattered everywhere, and in the dreams, someone whispers our names. I nodded slowly, understanding exactly what she meant. I'd had similar dreams, too vivid and unsettling to ignore. Me too, I admitted quietly. It's like something wants us to come back again. Emma shivered slightly, wrapping her arms around herself. But why us? Why did it choose our names? It doesn't make sense. I don't know, I said honestly. But Luke and Brandon must be feeling it too, even if they won't admit it. Emma looked down at the porch steps, hesitant. Maybe we need to talk to them again. We can't keep pretending nothing's happening. Whatever this is, it's getting worse. The next day, we met at a local diner, somewhere bright and public, hoping it might ease the tension that hung between us. Luke seemed restless, anxious, while Brandon avoided making eye contact altogether. It was clear neither wanted to discuss the house again, but Emma and I knew we couldn't ignore it any longer. Have either of you been having dreams? Emma finally asked, breaking the awkward silence at the table. Luke shifted uncomfortably, staring down at his coffee. What kind of dreams? About the house, Emma pressed gently. The drawings we found, the voices. Brandon looked up sharply, his expression tense. You've been hearing voices too? I nodded slowly. Yeah, whispers mostly, saying our names, calling us back. Luke exhaled sharply, rubbing his face. This is crazy. Houses don't whisper or draw pictures of people. It has to be someone messing with us. But who? Emma countered firmly. No one even knew we were going there. And who would spend time arranging old toys and making drawings of us as kids? That doesn't even make sense. Luke shook his head, visibly struggling. Maybe it's just a weird coincidence. You don't believe that, I said quietly, meeting his gaze. We all saw and heard the same thing. It's not a coincidence. Brandon spoke up suddenly, his voice shaky but determined. I think we disturbed something we weren't supposed to see. What do you mean? Emma asked gently, leaning forward slightly. He hesitated, glancing around nervously. I talked to my grandmother about it yesterday. She's lived in town all her life. She told me things about the house that I'd never heard before. We leaned closer, listening intently. Brandon took a deep breath before continuing. Years ago, long before we were born, a family lived there, a mother, father, and their 2 children. One night there was a fire. The parents got out, but the kids didn't make it. A heavy silence settled over the table. Emma's eyes widened, her face pale. Luke stared blankly, disbelief fading into reluctant understanding. Brandon continued slowly, his voice quiet but firm. My grandmother said people started hearing laughter from the house soon after. They thought it was grief playing tricks on them, but the stories never stopped. Eventually, everyone just avoided the place. Luke sat back, visibly shaken. Why haven't we heard that story before? Brandon shrugged. People stopped talking about it openly years ago. It became something they whispered privately, something best left alone. Emma glanced nervously around the table. So, What if they're trying to reach us, the kids who died? Maybe they just want someone to know they're still there. I considered Emma's words carefully. It sounded possible, yet deeply unsettling. If the children had died tragically, their presence might linger, confused or lost, unable to move on. Luke rubbed his face, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. So, what are we supposed to do? We can't just keep going back there. Emma nodded gently, her voice soft but determined. Maybe we don't have to keep going back. Maybe we just need to acknowledge them, let them know we understand. Brandon shifted uneasily. How do we do that? We can try going there once more, Emma suggested hesitantly, but this time, with respect. We go together, say something kind, let them know we're sorry for what happened. Maybe that'll give them peace. The idea frightened me, yet it also felt strangely right. We'd entered the house out of curiosity and disbelief, but maybe if we returned differently, respectfully, the spirits, if that's what they were, would find peace. Luke sighed deeply, clearly conflicted. I don't want to do this, but I'll go, only because I want this to be over. We agreed to return one final time, to confront whatever awaited us in that house openly, honestly, and respectfully. The next afternoon, we stood once again outside the old, abandoned home, feeling the familiar unease return. But this time, we approached slowly, deliberately, speaking softly as we stepped inside. "Hello," Emma said gently, her voice clear and calm. "We know you're here, and we're sorry for what happened to you." We stood silently listening. Nothing at first, just quiet emptiness. Then very softly, we heard the faintest hint of laughter again. This time, it didn't feel frightening. It felt almost welcoming, gentle, relieved somehow. As we stood there, something shifted within the house. The heaviness we'd felt before lifted gradually, replaced by calm. A gentle warmth filled the air, as though someone had finally understood our intentions. Emma spoke again, carefully choosing her words. "You can rest now. You don't have to stay here. We're sorry no one helped you before." We waited quietly, feeling the peaceful silence settle around us. The house no longer seemed threatening or mysterious, it just felt empty, sad, a place once filled with life, now quietly waiting to be forgotten. Eventually, we stepped outside again, back into daylight. For the first time, we didn't feel watched or followed. The presence had faded, replaced by a gentle calmness that felt sincere, genuine. In the days and weeks afterward, our dreams returned to normal. The whispers stopped, and gradually, we felt comfortable again. We rarely spoke of the house after that, but each of us understood something important had happened. There's something we'd probably never fully explain, but had managed to resolve somehow. The old house still stood at the end of Maple Street, unchanged to anyone else who walked by, but for us, it was different. It had shown us that sometimes all the unseen world needs is acknowledgement, respect, and a quiet understanding. We'd given it that, and in return, it had allowed us to finally move on. Time passed, and gradually our experience at the old house faded into the background of our lives. Luke, Emma, Brandon, and I didn't talk about it much after that final visit. We weren't intentionally ignoring what had happened, but it seemed unnecessary to bring it up again. After all, the strange laughter had stopped, the dreams had ceased, and the quiet unease that once hovered over Maple Street was finally gone. But every now and then, especially around Halloween, I'd find myself thinking about that house. It stood silent and abandoned as ever, yet somehow it felt different. Now when I walked past it, I didn't feel fear or dread. Instead, there was only a quiet sadness, a silent reminder of the tragedy we had uncovered. Emma was the one who decided that we should mark what had happened, if only in a small, private way. About a year later, around Halloween again, she called us all together. We met at a coffee shop near Maple Street, and she told us her plan. "I think we should do something for the kids," she explained gently, sipping her coffee thoughtfully. "They deserve to be remembered, not as ghost stories, but as real people." Brandon nodded immediately, clearly moved by her idea. Luke hesitated for a moment, then slowly agreed. Deep down, we all knew it was the right thing to do. The next morning, we gathered outside the house one final time. Emma brought flower simple, white daisy sand. We carefully placed them at the front porch, near the broken steps. For a moment, none of us spoke. We stood there quietly, absorbing the peaceful silence that now surrounded the old home. Emma finally broke the silence, her voice calm and gentle. "We hope you're at peace now. We're sorry for what you went through." Her words hung in the air for a moment, and then drifted away softly on the morning breeze. No laughter echoed back this time, no whispers or strange movements. There was only a quiet stillness that felt oddly comforting. Eventually, we walked away from the house again, returning to our lives with a deeper sense of closure. From that day onward, the house no longer felt haunted or menacing. It was just an old, forgotten home where a sad event had once happened, but where peace had finally returned. In the years that followed, we each went our separate ways. Luke moved out of town for college, eventually settling in another state entirely. Brandon stayed local, working in a nearby city, while Emma and I continued living in the same neighborhood. Close friends who occasionally revisited old memories, though rarely that one particular memory. But no matter how far we traveled or how busy our lives became, the experience remained quietly meaningful for each of us. It had changed something within us, taught us compassion, empathy, and respect for things beyond easy explanation. It also taught us not to dismiss the stories we once shrugged off as mere legend stories that sometimes held deeper truths. Several years later, a development project was announced in the neighborhood. The old abandoned house on Maple Street was scheduled to be demolished, replaced by new homes for young families. When Emma heard the news, she immediately reached out to the rest of us. We gathered once more, older, wiser, and far removed from the fearful teenagers we'd once been. We stood together on Maple Street, watching as workers carefully began removing the old structure piece by piece. None of us felt sadness this time, though. Instead, we watched with quiet gratitude, knowing the place had finally served its purpose, that its story was complete. As the demolition continued, neighbors gathered, sharing stories about the house, some repeating familiar ghost tales we'd all once laughed about. Listening quietly, Emma finally spoke up, surprising us all. "Actually," she said gently, "there's a true story behind that house. 2 children lived there once. They passed away in a fire many years ago. We should remember them, not just the spooky stories." People around us nodded thoughtfully, the mood shifting from curiosity to quiet respect. Luke squeezed Emma's shoulder gently, and Brandon smiled faintly, clearly moved. For a moment, it felt as though the neighborhood finally understood what we had learned all those years ago, that beneath the legends and ghostly whispers, real people had lived and suffered and deserved to be remembered. After the house was completely removed, a small community park was built on the site. Families moved into new homes nearby, and life returned to Maple Street, lively and cheerful again. But tucked away in the park, near a small bench under a newly planted oak tree, Emma arranged for a simple plaque to be placed. It read, "In memory of 2 young souls who left this world too soon, but who are not forgotten." Every now and then, especially around autumn when leaves fell and pumpkins lined porches again, we'd visit the park together. Sitting quietly by the plaque, we'd talk about our lives, our families, and occasionally about the strange night that had once frightened us deeply, yet taught us something valuable. We knew we'd probably never fully understand everything we experienced. Were there truly spirits trapped in that house? Or had we simply encountered echoes of the past, somehow preserved by tragedy and loneliness? The answers didn't matter much to us anymore. What mattered was that we'd faced something difficult together and emerged stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. We'd learned to look beyond fear, beyond the chilling laughter and unsettling whispers, to the truth beneath it all, that everyone, even those we can no longer see or fully understand, deserves kindness and acknowledgement. In time, we all started families of our own. We raised our children to be open-minded, thoughtful, and respectful of the stories that others might dismiss too quickly. And each Halloween, as we walked our own neighborhoods, seeing young children laughing and playing, we'd smile gently, remembering those who once laughed unseen within the walls of a forgotten house. The abandoned house was gone now, replaced by warmth, laughter, and new memories. But the lessons we'd learned there stayed with us, a gentle reminder that some things, though mysterious and perhaps unknowable, were still worth remembering, still worth honoring. And somewhere deep within us, we knew the children we'd encountered that strange Halloween night had finally found the peace they'd long sought, no longer trapped or forgotten, but gently remembered, quietly respected, and forever at rest. I get sleep paralysis a few times a year. It's been happening since I was a teenager. If you've never had it, imagine waking up fully aware of your surroundings, but your body won't move. You try to lift your arms, wiggle your fingers, scream for help, but nothing happens. And of course, there's always the figure. Not everyone sees something during sleep paralysis, but I always do. It's never detailed, just a shadowy shape standing somewhere in my room, watching me. A trick of the brain, I guess. A hallucination caused by the half-dream state I'm trapped in. It's terrifying, sure, but I've learned to deal with it. I tell myself it isn't real. I tell myself it will pass. And eventually, it always does. At least it used to. The last few months, it's been happening more often. I've been stressed work, life, all of it piling up, so I figured that was the cause. I'd wake up frozen, my chest heavy, my brain caught between dreams and reality. Same old, except something changed. The first time I noticed it, I woke up around 3 a.m. I could tell immediately that it was happening again. The familiar pressure on my chest, the stiffness in my limbs. My brain was screaming at my body to move, to break free, but I couldn't even twitch a finger. My room looked normal in the dim glow of my nightlight. And then, like always, I saw the figure. It was in the corner of the room, near my dresser, the usual shadow dark, blurry, no real details, just a presence. I told myself what I always do. It's not real. It's not real. It's not. Then I noticed something. The shape was different this time. It wasn't just a shadowy blob. It was taller, more solid, and it was facing me. My heart started pounding even though my body was still completely frozen. I tried to squeeze my eyes shut, but I couldn't. The paralysis wouldn't let me. So I just lay there, trapped in my own body, staring at the dark figure in the corner. Something felt off about it. It wasn't shifting or flickering like usual. It wasn't some dark mass fading in and out of my vision. It was just standing there, still, watching. Eventually, the paralysis faded. My fingers twitched, my breathing slowed, and I was able to move again. I sat up fast, gasping, my heart still hammering in my chest. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and scanned the corner of the room. Nothing. Of course there was nothing. Just my dresser, my laundry basket, and the same empty space I had stared at 1,000 times before. I laughed a little, a nervous, exhausted sound, and rubbed my eyes. Jesus, I muttered. That one was bad. I told myself it was just another hallucination. I told myself it was nothing to be scared of. But deep down, something felt wrong. I just didn't know why yet. A week passed before it happened again. I was starting to think maybe that last episode had just been a one-off. Sleep paralysis is unpredictable. It can happen twice in a week or once every few months. No pattern, no real reason. But then, one night, I woke up. Same as before. Frozen, trapped. I knew the drill. I lay there, waiting for it to pass, telling myself not to panic. Then my eyes drifted to the corner of the room, and he was there. Not just a shadow this time. Not a vague, shifting shape. A man. I could see him. Not clearly, was still mostly in darkness, but he was standing closer than last time. I could make out a body, shoulders, a head. He wasn't moving, just standing there, facing my bed, watching. My skin crawled. This was different. I had seen shadows before, sure, but not like this. Not something that looked so real. I couldn't move. I couldn't blink. My breathing was slow, shallow, like my body was trying not to draw attention to itself. I wanted to squeeze my eyes shut. I wanted to wake up. Then he took a step forward. A noise caught in my throat, but no sound came out. He had never moved before. The shadowy figures, the hallucinations, they were always static, like part of the background. But this time, he stepped toward me. Not fast, not aggressive, just slow and deliberate, like he was seeing how close he could get, like he knew I couldn't move, like he was testing me. I tried to fight it, tried to will my body to snap out of it. My fingers twitched, my breathing hitched. I was so close. Then he moved again. Closer. I could see the shape of his arms now, his hands, his head slightly tilted. Like he was studying me. Like he was curious. I felt my chest tighten. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to wake up, wake up, wake up. Then, just when I thought he would take another step, it stopped. The pressure lifted, my arms jerked forward, my chest heaved as I sucked in a breath. I sat up fast, grabbing my phone, fumbling with the flashlight. The corner was empty. Of course it was. It always was. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat up with the lamp on, my heart still racing, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. Just another hallucination. Just my brain playing tricks on me. But something was off. Something was different. Because I knew what I had seen. And that wasn't just a shadow. That was a man. And he was getting closer. After that night, I stopped sleeping well. I didn't tell anyone at first. It felt stupid. How do you explain that a hallucination is freaking you out more than usual? It wasn't real. It wasn't a big deal. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. But the thing is, even when I was awake, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I started leaving the lamp on when I slept. I wasn't proud of it. I hadn't done that since I was a kid, but the thought of waking up in the dark and seeing that thing standing there again, no thanks. For a while, it helped. No sleep paralysis, no weird figures in the corner. I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing. Almost. Then one night, I woke up normally. No paralysis, no pressure on my chest. Just that uneasy feeling, like something had woken me up. I rolled over and checked my phone, 2:58 a.m. I sighed and turned onto my other side, pulling the blanket higher. Then I saw it, and my stomach dropped. The man in the corner, but this time I wasn't paralyzed. This time I was fully awake. I stopped breathing. For a second, My brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe my eyes were adjusting. Maybe it was a trick of the light. But no, it was him. Standing there, closer than before. I sat up so fast my vision blurred. I reached for my phone, fumbling to turn on the flashlight. The beam lit up the corner. Nothing. I stayed like that for a long time, just sitting in bed, phone in my shaking hands, staring at the empty space where he had been. I wanted to believe it was sleep paralysis again. I really, really did. But I wasn't frozen this time. I had been awake. And for those few horrible seconds before I turned on the light, I had seen him. Not a shadow, not a shape. A man. I didn't sleep after that. Not that night, not the night after. Every time I closed my eyes, I expected to see him again. The man in the corner. But this time, I wasn't worried about sleep paralysis. Because I had been awake. I tried to convince myself that I was overtired, that stress was messing with my head. I even looked up hypnagogic hallucinations, those weird visions people get when they're half asleep. I told myself that's all it was. But deep down, I didn't believe it. Because something was wrong. I could feel it. I started checking my apartment more carefully. Locked my door, double-checked my windows. Everything was normal, perfectly normal. Until I noticed something. My bedroom door has this old lock on it. One of those simple turn latches, barely does anything. I never locked it before, because why would I? I live alone. But lately I had started locking it before bed, just in case. One morning, after another sleepless night, I got up and went to the kitchen to make coffee. I wasn't even thinking, just going through the motions. And that's when I saw it. The lock. It was unlocked. I froze. I knew I had locked it before going to bed. I remembered doing it. And now it was open. I felt something cold crawl through me. I turned and scanned the apartment. Checked the windows, the front door. All locked. I tried to tell myself I had just forgotten, that I had imagined locking it. But I knew better. That night I didn't go to bed. I sat on the couch, lights on, watching my bedroom door like it might move on its own. By 3 a.m., I was exhausted. My head was nodding, my body begging for sleep. Then I heard it. A noise. Soft, deliberate. From inside my bedroom. I went completely still. I wasn't even breathing. The sound came again. A slow, creaking shift, like someone shifting their weight on the floorboards. I didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't even look away from the door. I should have called the police. I should have done anything but what I did next. I stood up, and I opened the door. The room was empty. For a second, I thought I had imagined it. Then my eyes flicked to the closet. The door was open, just a crack. I hadn't left it open. I knew that. I swallowed hard. My body felt like it didn't belong to me anymore. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, to leave, to get out of that apartment and never come back. Instead, I stepped forward. My hand reached for the closet door, and I pulled it open. The first thing I saw was a blanket, crumpled in the corner. Then food wrappers, empty water bottles. I stared, my brain trying to catch up. And then, just as I was taking a step back, my eyes landed on something else. A notebook. I picked it up with shaking hands. The cover was worn, dirty. The pages were filled with handwriting. I flipped through it, my breath catching. Page after page. My name. My schedule. What time I left for work. What time I came home. What time I went to sleep. Then, here the back dates. The nights I had sleep paralysis. She didn't see me this time. She woke up, but didn't move. She thinks I'm not real. Getting closer. The notebook slipped from my hands. I stumbled backward, slamming into the dresser. My breath came in sharp, panicked gasps. This wasn't sleep paralysis. It was never sleep paralysis. Someone had been in my apartment, watching me sleep. And every time it happened, he was getting closer. I ran. I didn't grab my keys, my phone, anything. I just ran out of the apartment, barefoot, panicked, heart hammering so hard it felt like it might stop. I don't even remember the elevator ride down. 1 second I was in my apartment, the next I was in the street, breathing in the cold air like I had just escaped drowning. The police came. They found more than I did. A hidden crawl space behind my bedroom closet, a loose panel in the ceiling, a way in and out that I had never noticed. They never found him. I moved that same week. Didn't even go back to pack. I had friends do it for me. I told them to throw everything away. I didn't want a single thing from that apartment. I just wanted to forget. I sleep with a knife next to my bed now. I have cameras in my house, multiple locks on every door. I don't tell people about what happened, not really. Because who would believe me? Who would believe that for months I thought I was hallucinating, when the whole time there was a man in my apartment watching me sleep?